The lives and deaths of the stars seem impossibly remote from human experience, and yet we're related in the most intimate way to their life cycles. The very matter that makes us up was generated long ago and far away in red giant stars. A blade of grass, as Walt Whitman said, is the journey work of the stars. The formation of the solar system may have been triggered by a nearby supernova explosion. After the sun turned on, its ultraviolet light poured into our atmosphere, its warmth generated lightning, and these energy sources sparked the origin of life. Plants harvest sunlight, converting solar into chemical energy. We and the other animals are parasites on the plants, so we are, all of us, solar-powered. The evolution of life is driven by mutations. They're caused partly by natural radioactivity and cosmic rays, but they are both generated in the spectacular deaths of massive stars thousands of light years distant. Think of the sun's heat on your upturned face on a cloudless summer's day. From 150 million kilometers away, we recognize its power. What would we feel on its seething, self-luminous surface or immersed in its heart of nuclear fire? And yet, the sun is an ordinary, even a mediocre star. Our ancestors worshiped the sun, and they were far from foolish. It makes good sense to revere the sun and the stars, because we are their children.
All right, welcome to part 4. This is going to be the 1900s up until the present time. Really, we're looking at modern times. Now that we have a historical foundation of the last, 2,000 plus years of history and how the enemy has moved the heliocentric conspiracy from one point to another, we can really start to unpack and unfold all of the evil satanic delusion that happened in the last 120 years or so of history. And boy, there's a lot that's happened. So we have a lot to cover in this section. Make sure you grab your popcorn because you're going to learn quite a lot, hopefully. The 20th century and leading up to the present has been massive, massive satanic activity of the false prophet, deceiving people with false signs and wonders, with delusions, with people marveling after the beast. And of course, these are also signs that we're at the end, which is a very important thing. But the false prophet, which of course is the United States, has now come into the forefront and is doing many signs and wonders, being weaponized by the beast after the Jesuits took over the United States in the 1800s to do its bidding and to eventually deceive people on the earth into building an image of the beast. The time is very near for the beast to be worshipped. So now in this section, we're going to see the final push towards that end, which I believe is on the horizon. In this section, we'll look at major figures in physics and their associations to the occult. Again, my claim to you throughout this entire series or presentation, it is practically a series, but a presentation, is that heliocentrism cannot be divorced from the occult. And so far, we have proven that claim true, hopefully. We're also going to look at some key developments in the 1900s that set the stage for the Great Delusion. And of course, the Great Delusion, which is what Paul talks about in Thessalonians, is what John writes about in Revelation 13, which is the people of the world marveling after the beast and eventually taking its mark. There's a lot of material to get through, so we're just going to get started here. This is from Gnostic Warrior. And the thing that I want to say actually before I begin this is that the media machine immediately ramped up with the 1900s. You had a lot of significant things, just like how the 1800s were setting up the false prophet to work the signs and wonders. And you saw already some signs and wonders being worked in the 1800s, lots of them. The 1900s is when this really turned on. You had Hollywood, Universal Pictures. Both of these were established by Freemasons and Jesuits. Advances in radio, movies, television, along with all of these things, are setting the stage for massive delusion and signs and wonders. The word Hollywood comes from a type of wood that's used to weave magical spells and create witches' wands. So that should tell you everything. Of course, you know that the Jesuits invented the magic candle, which is the idea of projecting an image onto like a flat surface, like a screen, and also the megaphone. So the Jesuits, believe it or not, back in I think the 16th century, 17th century, you can look into this yourself, but they developed with the modern movie theater a long time ago. And just like with everything, just like with communism, how it was practiced 150 years before the French Revolution, and communism actually came forward, so too was Hollywood practiced for 200 years before it came forward. Through the magic candle, through the theaters in Europe, and all of the things that the Jesuits were doing and perfecting to be able to shape culture, which eventually by the 1900s now, all of these things were in full swing and ready to work the deception. You also had Edward Bernays, which was around that time in the 1900s, early 1900s. He was the father of modern propaganda, and of course, the government loved him and utilized a lot of his methods. Operation Paperclip, importing the Nazis into America. Nazis were very occult-oriented, and we'll look at that. Operation Fishbowl, they were testing the firmament with various explosives. Now, I don't believe in nuclear. This is another can of worms, so you can look into it yourself, but I don't believe that there are nuclear weapons. I think the nuclear weapon thing is just another narrative to justify an ecumenical, like basically grab at peace, at false peace. Oh no, they're going to use nuclear weapons. We better declare, peace and all this stuff. So really, nuclear weapons do not exist. If you look into it, and I have, and the evidence I've seen is fairly convincing. The question is, what did they do with Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Yeah, they dropped a bunch of explosives on them with like Agent Orange and carcinogenic things. If they were actually nuclear weapons, there would be no Hiroshima. There would, in the sense that people would not be rebuilding immediately after and living there and having children and so on, if there was nuclear radiation, which of course there wasn't. It's all just a lie. You also had Operation Mockingbird, which is infiltrating the news and government with CIA, FBI agents to control the narrative. Of course, that's alive and well today. So you had this media machine, which of course is part of the false prophets' signs and wonders, come to the surface and do many, many great signs and wonders, which it's doing today as well. So it's very important to have that context because we're going to look at some things. But this is from the GnosticWarrior.com, and it talks about this stuff as well. I don't know if this guy's a Christian or if he's, maybe he's a Gnostic, but the things he says here are fairly accurate, so you can check them for yourself as well. But he says, the U.S. has a history of Masonic involvement that many people are simply unaware of. For example, the United States of America, with its 13 original colonies, was essentially founded by the Freemasons. The first president of the country, George Washington, was a Freemason who had sworn on a Masonic Bible, and 13 Masons had signed the U.S. Constitution. Our history books do not mention these facts, and our history teachers have seemed to be just as clueless as everyone else when it comes to the subject of Freemasonry's involvement in helping shape what the 33rd degree Freemason Manly P. Hall had called the secret destiny of America. Yeah, that's right. America has a very secret destiny, not so secret. If you read the Bible, America's destiny is to basically get people to worship the beast. In this article, I would like to briefly explain who the true founders of Hollywood were. Many people seem to think that the Jews were the founders of Hollywood, but I disagree. I believe it was the Freemasons, and the information below will prove it. The facts are that some of the first and largest movie studios were, in fact, created by Masons. All of these same major film studios are still open to this very day. Yes, some of them were Jews or from a Jewish background, but all of them were high-level Freemasons. That's right, folks. Remember, in George Washington's bust, it says Freemason, first president. Freemason is above first president. That takes precedent over any other identity that you have. So whether they're Jews or Christians, quote unquote, or Protestants or Catholics or whatever else, there's always a hidden layer behind that controls what you see. And that's important to understand. Here's a small list of the Masons I have researched to be connected with the foundations of Hollywood, of the Hollywood movie industry. There are probably a lot more, but only some of these names are published. Jack Warner, who founded Warner Brothers, was a Mason with the Mount Olive Lodge number 506, Los Angeles, California. Louis B. Mayer was a film producer who merged to form Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer MGM and was a member of the St. Cecile Lodge number 568 in New York. Daryl F. Zanuck was the co-founder of the 20th Century Productions and a Mason at the same lodge as Jack Warner at the Mount Olive Lodge number 506, Los Angeles, California. He played a major part in the Hollywood studio system as one of its longest survivors. He earned 3 Academy Awards during his tenure. Carl Laemmle was the founder of the Universal Studios, and he was a Freemason. Walt Disney, of course you should know about Walt Disney, founded Walt Disney Studios and was a Mason. He was a 33rd degree Freemason of the Scottish Rite. Cecil DeMille was a Hollywood movie director and Mason with the Prince of Orange Lodge number 16, New York. His film, The Squaw Man, was the first major film to be made in Hollywood. And of course, there are more. And even today, if you know, like, Steven Spielberg and Star Wars. Star Wars is just Egyptian mythology. Basically, Horus, Osiris, and what's the other one? Isis, basically being personified in sci-fi. So you can look into that yourself. But these things, there's nothing new under the sun, folks. These are just, you're in an echo chamber. You're in a satanic echo chamber. And you have to get out of it. And one of the ways to get out of it is to realize that you've been lied to about where you live. Because once that lie comes down, everything else starts to come down. Sci-fi, climate change, all of the nonsense that is tied to the heliocentric understanding of the universe. This is another book that I've covered before. I'm not going to cover it too much. It's just Sean Wilcock, Jesuit Hollywood, how the papacy and its Jesuit controlled Hollywood for decades and have continued to influence it ever since. Remember, the dragon gave the beast its throne, its power, and great authority, meaning out of all the vehicles of the earth, the controllers are the beast, the Jesuits, and of course the papacy. And this book goes into some pretty good documentation about the evolution of it, how the Jesuits created dramatic arts, which we've talked about in various videos. The Jews create Hollywood, quote-unquote Jews, because remember, they're all Freemasons to some degree, Protestants, Roman Catholics, and film censorship in the early years, Jesuit regulation of the movie industry, the production code, the Roman Catholic Legion of Decency, the Golden Age, 1930s and 40s, Rome triumphant in Hollywood. And then eventually, Hollywood turns dark. It was false light at first to glorify the beast, and then it turned dark, just like what? Just like the separation of church and state, just like the separation of spirituality and science, so that ultimately things can get reunited. In my episode in my End Time series titled Jesuit Hollywood, I talk about this happening. A lot of these celebrities are not converting to Catholicism. Now you're starting to see Pure Flix, Angel Studios, things like The Chosen, all of this quote-unquote Christian content. And the echo chamber is changing. It's pivoting back to the light to glorify this new thing, which really is the old thing. But there's nothing new under the sun. So you have to understand that Hollywood initially was there to glorify the beast. Then it's separated and from that goal, seemingly, in that it became dark. It became very liberal, what you basically see being exposed, quote unquote, exposed to you today. And now, in the time of this video, 2024, it is shifting. The echo chamber is shifting as the dark is being exposed. Hollywood is returning back to the light, to its role to glorify the beast and the beast system, which in some way it always has, but it's going to be much more false light. This is the Universal Films logo. And you can tell some very interesting things here. You can see, first off, the homage to Saturn. There's a lot of logos that are paying homage to their Saturn worship. Saturn, of course, is Satan and the black cube and all these things that we've talked about in other videos as well. The question, though, is another question that you look at these things is, like you look at, for example, 1931 to 1936. How did they know that the Earth looks like this? Isn't that something? Like if you go on Google Earth, this is what the Earth looks like. Universal Pictures, 1936. This is Google Earth. But they haven't been to space. This is now space is, quote unquote, space is still 20 years away from these logos. So the question is, how did they know that this is what the Earth looks like? That's something to think about. And of course, we know, we'll get to when we get to NASA in the future, or how they put together all these pictures and they form the picture that people expected to see of the Earth, which again, all this stuff is just programming. Now, very important to understand before we get into this, because we're just going to go person by person. I'm going to go line item and dig deep into these people's lives, and you will see for yourself. But important to understand before we get into some of this is that a lot of these physicists like Niels Bohr, Einstein, Edward Teller, and so on and so forth, they were Jews, and they came from Central Europe, where the oral tradition of the Kabbalah was the greatest. Kabbalah teaches that nothing made everything, the Ein Sof. There's a lot of occult mysticism that the Kabbalah teaches. Obviously, the Kabbalah is the basis for all these secret societies. It's the forbidden fruit, the secret knowledge. And today, physics, and theoretical physics especially, they worship nothing and death as the source of life and power. Black holes are supposed to be the things that created the universe, and black holes are just a destructive thing of nothingness, if they exist. I don't think they exist, but who knows what they are. If they are seeing something out there in the firmament, who knows what they actually are. Dark matter, dark energy, all of this dark, evil stuff that supposedly is the source of life, which to me is just an inversion of the truth. It's just an inversion because they've tried to take God out of the equation. So, modern physics is occultism dressed in mathematics. And hopefully, by the time we are done with this epic journey, you will see that for yourself. That it's just fancy philosophy and occult wisdom, which is really foolishness, dressed in math equations and confusing language. Now, this is from phys.org, and we're looking at quantum mysticism, gone but not forgotten. And it's got a picture of some of these guys here, like Niels Bohr, Einstein. Does mysticism have a place in quantum mechanics today, or is the idea that the mind plays a role in creating reality best left to philosophical meditations? Harvard historian Juan Miguel Marin argues the former, not because physicists today should account for consciousness in their research, but because knowing the early history of the philosophical ideas in quantum mechanics is essential for understanding the theory on a fundamental level. That's true. You should know where this comes from, and we're going to debunk quantum mechanics because there's no such thing. Quantum is a fraud, just like everything else, but it's used to advance the next philosophical and theological agenda. But you should know where it comes from and the philosophies of the people who developed it. In a recent paper published in the European Journal of Physics, Marin has written a short history based on a longer analysis of the mysticism controversy in the early quantum physics community. As Marin emphasizes, the controversy began in Germany in the 1920s among physicists in reaction to the new theory of quantum mechanics, but was much different than debates on similar issues today. At the turn of the last century, science and religion were not as divided as they are today. And some scientists of the time were particularly inspired by Eastern mysticism. You don't say. In his analysis, Marin lays out that each player's role and perspective in the controversy, and argues that studying the original interpretations of quantum mechanics can help scientists better understand the theory and could also be important for the public in general. Becoming aware of this subject, this is a quote now, would help general audiences realize that there are many other alternatives besides the ones offered by the disjunction between science and religion, Marin told phys.org. Science versus religion is a very recent forced choice that the founders of quantum mechanics would have never recognized, much less accepted. Why? Because they were occultists. Mind matters. The controversy boils down to the age-old question of nature of reality. As Einstein, a firm realist, once asked, does the moon exist only when looked at? Although such a viewpoint seems unlikely in our everyday lives, in quantum mechanics, physicists' observations can sometimes affect what they're observing on a quantum scale. As the famous Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics argues, we cannot speak about an objective reality other than that which is revealed through measurement and observation. Do you remember how Einstein got rid of the fundamental frame of rest, the absolute frame of rest? This is exactly what quantum is. Another section in this presentation, because we need one for relativity and one for quantum mechanics. You will see how quantum mechanics is the same kind of gaslighting to basically flip everything upside down and cause incredible confusion. Meanwhile, hijacking wave mechanics and using the actual equations that define waves and wave behavior to describe reality. That's why it does work, because reality uses waves, energy waves, light is a wave, sound is a wave, and so on. But it's nonsense. It is total nonsense. It's just designed to confuse you and to usher in their common mystery religion spirituality. Moving on, as Berean explains, the debate of consciousness and quantum theory began around 1927 when Einstein accused Niels Bohr of introducing a mysticism incompatible with science. Bohr denied the accusation and blamed it on Einstein misunderstanding him when he said that humans are both actors and observers in the world. Yet while Bohr believed that quantum processes occurred without the need for observers, he also sympathized with the idea that an extension of quantum theory might help in understanding consciousness. Bohr was a mystic, by the way, just so you know. Einstein, for his part, adamantly opposed any subjectivity in science. That's funny because he was totally a relativist when he brought in his relativity, so that's weird. He disagreed with Bohr's view that it is unscientific to inquire whether or not Schrödinger's cat in a box is alive or dead before an observation is made. Einstein devoted much of his... We'll get back to Schrödinger's cat, which is another... You will see over and over again the same thing. They take what somebody has made and reinterpret it, because Schrödinger's cat is not what people think it is. And it's actually Schrödinger, who was the one who developed the wave equations, basically was talking about relativity and how ridiculous it is, and was using the cat in the box as an example of how ridiculous it is, not as a proof of anything. And now they've taken it as a proof, and everybody thinks of Schrödinger's cat as some quantum thing, but Schrödinger brought up that analogy to basically criticize relativity and quantum theory. Anyway, that's a future topic. Einstein devoted much of his later life to searching for elements of reality to make quantum mechanics a theory based on realism. For instance, the EPR, the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox thought experiment in 1935 attempted to restore realism and causality to the theory. On the other hand, Wolfgang Pauli, I think we'll read about him in a future thing, truly did harbor some of the views that Einstein accused Bohr of. Pauli favored a hypothesis of lucid mysticism, a synthesis between rationality and religion. He speculated that quantum theory could unify the psychological, scientific, and philosophical mystical approaches to consciousness. Pauli's perspective was influenced by the philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, whose views on reality were in turn influenced by Eastern religions. Leapfrog. Still, other physicists had different views. Berean argues that Max Planck, an adherent of Christianity, I wonder what kind of Christianity, framed the controversy as the objectivity of science and Christianity against the mysticism of Schopenhauer and his popularization of Buddhism and Hinduism. Planck considered religion, Christianity, and science compatible based on his opinion that they are both based on objectivity, but refer to distinct facets of reality. Meanwhile, Paul Dirac rejected any kind of religious vocabulary, arguing that religion is a jumble of false assertions with no basis in reality. So you had typical thing, you had atheists and agnostics, and you had mystics and occultists. But again, both of these sides were serving the beast in one way or another. Just like you have communism and religious nationalism, two sides of the same devil coin. And Satan is playing them both. The mysticism controversy also expanded into the public realm, starting in 1929 with first astrophysicist Arthur Eddington's popular book, The Nature of the Physical World. Although the book distorted many concepts, his defense of mysticism caught the attention of the international media. Eddington was most famous for confirming Einstein's theory of relativity by measuring an eclipse, which catapulted Einstein to fame. By the way, the Einstein's theory of relativity has never been proven. Relative simultaneity has never been proven. It's a conjecture. We'll talk about all this stuff, but it's in the 115 whatever years that's been around. Relativity has not been proven. The concept of relativity. They do not do relativity according to relativity. You'll see what I mean by that, but they do relativity according to an objective frame of reference. There's always an objective frame of reference, whether they want to admit it or not. So they're not true relativists, because you can't do anything if you're a relativist. But anyway, in the next few years, Werner Heisenberg and Erwin Schrödinger leaned toward the side of mysticism, irritating Einstein and Planck. For others, the choice was not clear-cut. Berean argues that the mathematician John von Neumann intentionally used ambiguous terms when discussing the philosophy of quantum equations, meaning he could fit on either side. He was a genius, quote, at linguistic innovation and came up with the German terms that could support many different interpretations, Berean said. In 1958, Schrödinger, inspired by the Schopenhauer from youth, published his lectures Mind and Matter. Schrödinger was the one who developed the wave equations, by the way. Here he argued that there is a difference between measuring instruments and human observation. A thermometer's registration cannot be considered an act of observation, as it contains no meaning in itself. Are we talking about science or philosophy now? Thus, consciousness is needed to make physical reality meaningful. As Schrödinger concluded, some of you, I am sure, will call this mysticism. So, with all due acknowledgement to the fact that physical theory is at all times relative, in that it depends on certain basic assumptions, we may, or so I believe, assert that physical theory in its present stage strongly suggests the indestructibility of mind by time, i.e., you shall not die, you can be like God, you are living forever, I think, therefore I am. All of these Enlightenment, mystical, Renaissance, old ideas from Pythagoras all the way to 100 years ago. Hopefully you see that there is nothing new under the sun. Moving on, cultural reflections. As Berean notes, Schrödinger's lectures marked the last of a generation that lived with the mysticism controversy. As Berean explains, quantum mechanics up to World War II existed in a predominantly German context, and this culture helped to form the mystical zeitgeist of the time. Remember, they were from a part of Europe where the oral tradition of Kabbalah was the highest. So this is why. That doesn't mention it in this article, but that's why. Kabbalah was all over the place where they were at. The controversy died in the second half of the century when the physics culture switched to Anglo-American. Most contemporary physicists like Einstein were realists and do not believe that consciousness has a role in quantum theory. The dominant modern view is that an observation does not cause an atom to exist in the observed position, but that the observer finds the location of that atom. So they went from super mystical to a little more practical, but of course today you have a lot of New Age stuff that still latches onto this and has continued this tradition, and people still teach it. I think I've seen Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about these things quite a bit. So of course the ideas and attitudes are still very much alive and well. And that's by design, because all these things are forbidden fruit. You can create your own reality, and we have to choose to do something, and so on and so forth. You're the one that's sovereign, not God. As Berean has shown, the mysticism controversy in quantum mechanics did not involve just a few physicists and mystics, as it seems today. But at one time, it attracted the physics community at large. Really, at all times, because so far you've seen that. Some of the ideas have since resurfaced, such as in Eugene Wigner's 1961 paper on the subject, which inspired popular books such as The Tao of Physics and The Dancing Wu Li Masters, which seek to connect quantum physics to Eastern mysticism for a new generation, along with the recent film, What the Bleep Do We Know? Of course, if you've seen that one, it's a very popular film. But here it was scientists versus non-scientists, Berean explained. Today, it is seen as science versus religion, but at that time of the foundation of quantum mechanics, it was not. There were religious physicists on both sides of the controversy. Most of the important physicists held what we could call today religious beliefs, whether Western or Eastern. When we speak today of the two cultures, science and humanities, we are referring to the famous early 50s lecture by C.P. Snow in Britain lamenting the division. That's right, the division that, by the way, hasn't existed for very long. And so if there's a division, it's by design to bring everything back, which is what is happening. German thinkers of the previous decades were barely into that phase of discipline specialization. At the turn of the century, mathematics and physics were still distinguishing themselves from the natural philosophy that gave birth to them. Berean hopes that scientists today might gain a new perspective on their research by considering how the founders of quantum mechanics viewed the theory. Quote, "Whether I read scientific articles citing the classic equations conceived by German scientists, it seems to me that it could have been improved by researching how the scientists themselves interpreted their own equations," he said. Among contemporary quantum field theories, the important gauge theories are indebted to the work of Hermann, Weyl, and Pauli. Like I said, we'll look at Pauli as well. He was definitely neck deep in the occult. Yet many physicists today would be shocked if they learned how Weyl and Pauli understood the concept of field when they wrote their classical articles. They were both immersed in mysticism, searching for a way to unify mind and physics. Weil published a lecture where he concluded by favoring the Christian mathematical mysticism of Nicholas of Cusa. Moreover, Pauli's published articles on Kepler presents him as part of the Western mystical tradition I study. For those who do not favor the Copenhagen interpretation and prefer the alternative proposed by David Bohm, I would suggest reading Bohm's many published dialogues on the topic of Eastern mysticism. Eddington and Schrödinger, like Manny's day, joined forces to find a quantum gravity theory. Did their shared mysticism have a role to play in whatever insights they gained or mistakes they made? I do not know, but I think it's important to find out. Yes, it is. It is important to find out and to understand where this all comes from, because so far you've seen that every major figure in this heliocentric conspiracy has been an occultist. Some way, somehow, they've been alchemists. These people, these physicists, they're modern-day alchemists. They're philosophers, they're alchemists, they're trying to figure out, okay, what's the theory of everything? How can I hack reality? How can we basically explain consciousness and matter? And from the view, not to glorify God, but rather to ascend man and to take control and to basically be like God. That's the thing. Theoretical physics was no different than how the Platonists, if you remember way back when we were reading, when they were arguing with the Gnostics, right? So the Platonists, when we read about the monad, remember the little circle and a dot? And now the Platonists from Plato were arguing with Gnostics about, misappropriating the monad. And no, it's like this, it's like that. This is no different, folks. These are just two camps of philosophers, neither of them born again Christian, neither of them seeking the glory of God. They're two camps of philosophers that the devil is using to advance his agenda left and right. They're basically just debating, but in the end, they're debating a false view of cosmology. And you saw that when the Michelson-Morley and other experiments proved that the Earth is stationary, it was untenable for them to accept the reality that the Earth isn't moving. They had to do something. So they would prefer to lie to themselves and figure out some confusing math to justify and hide the truth and believe in something that is not true than to accept the truth, because the truth confirms the Bible. And that means you have to be accountable to God. God forbid that these people would ever want to be accountable to anybody but themselves. Many of these people were philosophers. They weren't scientists, much more philosophers than they were scientists. Sure, they did scientific things. They wrote down equations. They were versed in mathematics. But the primary philosophy that they were operating under was the forbidden fruit. The article that we just read says that people are no longer mystical, but this isn't true. The quantum teachings that these people started have permeated all throughout society, like with the double slit experiment, which of course is not what you think it is. And just like with everything else, it's been propagated to promote an agenda, which is the New Age, which is the modern charismatic movement, and all of the new thing that's on the horizon, the false light that the world is walking into. So that gives us a foundational understanding of the climate of the early 1900s, the philosophical and esoteric climate that these people were in. Now let's look at a couple of examples. This is from thecosmicweb.com. I think it's a New Agey site, but it talks about Niels Bohr. As above, so below, our solar system compared to atoms. Theory of the universe and atoms. Where did the first talk of atoms come from? Surprisingly, it goes back to ancient Greece. Well, not surprisingly, where the word atomos roughly meant indivisible. Around 460 to 370 BC, philosophers Democritus and mentor Leucippus discussed a theory of the universe that matter is composed of tiny unseen atoms. Between them there was space, but atoms were solid and different in size, shape, and weight for each substance. From there, it would take 2,000 years or so before the English chemist John Dalton picked up from there in the 1800s. Dalton's solid sphere model was remarkably similar to Democritus, but was incomplete since we now know that atoms have smaller subatomic particles. Do we, or are we just projecting the particular model onto something else? I really question that, because of course there are elementary elements, right? Otherwise we wouldn't be able to do chemistry. There are elementary elements to the universe. The question is, how do those things work? Do they work the way they're telling you, or is there something different? Niels Bohr and an ancient concept. Skipping ahead to Niels Bohr in 1913, we arrived at a planetary model of the atoms. First, a little interesting background on Bohr. Bohr, a Danish physicist, was considered second only to his contemporary Albert Einstein among 20th century scientists. Notably, Bohr was aware of another ancient concept seen in many ancient cultures, that of duality. When he won a prestigious Order of the Elephant from the King of Denmark, Bohr designed his coat of arms featuring a yin and yang or taijutsu symbol. The accompanying motto, contraria sunt complementa, opposites are complementary, and in Latin too, which is interesting. And this is what it looks like. Here's the coat of arms. You can see it. Little yin and yang, little duality. Was Bohr a mystic? Yes, he was. The physicist later introduced the word complementarity as fundamental to early quantum theory. Now, really quick, duality isn't evil, folks. Duality, God made duality. The problem is these people use duality with the wrong lens to be like God and to basically entertain the forbidden fruit. They're not studying the dualistic dance of life to glorify God and to marvel at the Creator. They're studying it in order to take control of reality and be like God. That's the problem. Duality is in itself not evil, but when you see somebody who obviously was not a born-again Christian, had no associations to Christianity or the gospel, or was not anybody that we could say was operating by the Holy Spirit and doing all these things, it just confirms the trajectory and the path of every other thing you've seen so far. Moving on, the Copenhagen Institute for Theoretical Physics, directed by Bohr in 1920, was compared to the School of Plato by Dr. John Wheeler of Princeton. Bohr and Wheeler later collaborated on a theory of nuclear fission in the United States that informed early work in atomic energy. Bohr worked to use atomic energy for peace and was opposed to the Nazis. Planetary model of the atoms. Building on the work of Joseph John and Ernest Rutherford, with whom he worked, Bohr devised a planetary model of the atom. To create the model, he had to invoke quantum theory. But what if quantum theory is not true? To describe how electrons move around the larger nucleus of the atom. We will get back to this. That's why I said it's not what you think it is. They're telling you it works in a certain way, but what if it doesn't? What if electrons don't work the way that Niels Bohr is saying that they do, by jumping from one layer to another and working like little planets around the sun type of thing? This is just occult nonsense. Of course, this was long before quantum theory, as it is known now, but he arrived at this model because Rutherford's model couldn't explain how electrons remain stable rather than eventually crashing into the nucleus. Rather than spiraling around in an unstable manner, electrons were fixed in discrete orbits in stationary states or fixed energy levels or shells. It's like the sun orbiting planets. Unlike planets, Bohr's theory includes that electrons can change orbits. They could move to another energy level if they absorb or emit energy. None of this stuff is, by the way, true. Electrons behave like a wave, not like particles. And that's the problem, that the whole idea of an electron jumping through a quantum leap is nonsense. But of course, he had to use quantum theory, and of course, quantum theory is nonsense, in order to justify this planetary model of the atom. So they have models and conjectures, but remember that a model does not mean that you're expressing reality. The globe, I'll say it again, the globe on the surface explains a lot of what we see. It does. It does. That's why you have to be wise as a serpent if you want to refute it. Because there are easy refutations, but you can get very caught up in people that are shills and clever language, like we read on Wikipedia, apologizing for all those experiments. You can get very caught up in that stuff and relativism. But nevertheless, the globe on the surface explains reality. It does, but it's wrong. So this is the point. You can have a math model of a planetary atom and it can help you do chemistry, but that doesn't mean you're actually expressing what's actually happening. Do you understand? Math is just math. These are theoretical ideas, and they're based on conjectures and philosophy, and of course also occultism as well. So Niels Bohr, I think there's another one that we had on Niels Bohr. Let's see. Here he is. Leave me alone. Everything we call real is made of things that cannot be regarded as real. Does that sound like a mystical statement? That's a quote from Niels Bohr. And of course, it is a mystical quote, because to believe that everything that you regard as real is actually made of something that isn't real, that doesn't make any sense. The Bible tells you that God created the universe. It's real. You're not living in a matrix, not in the sense like it's a simulation. But you are living in the matrix in the sense that the devil has supplanted his world ideology over people's eyes and blinded the minds of unbelievers. And you need to escape that matrix ideologically by clinging to God's word and learning the truth. But the physical world is real, folks. You're not living in a simulation. You're not actually a brain in a vat somewhere and you're in some multiple, dimensions or something. That's gaslighting, to discredit God as the creator, to separate you from reality, and to just make you a nihilist. Physical reality is good. It exists. It's as real as it can get. God translated himself into physical reality so that he could be known by his creations. It's a good thing. It's cursed, but nevertheless, physical reality is good and it's real. So when these people say that everything that's real is actually made of things that aren't real, what does that even mean? That means that you are preferring the unreal, the spiritual realm, as the place to be. And of course, we know that that's Gnosticism, that's mysticism, and this is just one of many. So conclusion, Niels Bohr was a Jew and a mystic who was basically agnostic, I believe, but who knows if he was part of the Freemasons, part of a secret society, who knows, really. I wouldn't be surprised because he's very versed in Kabbalistic principles, in mysticism. He was accused of being a mystic. He was from the place where the Kabbalah was the most practiced in Europe among the Jews. Niels Bohr was also quoting many things that are mystical, like I just read to you. And his notion of the planetary atom was really just a continuation of Greek philosophy. The Greeks didn't have microscopes. They didn't have a way to understand what made the fundamental building blocks of the world. And so they had just conjectures. And of course, the Greeks loved spheres by that point, and everything was spherical. And so did Niels Bohr do anything new? No, he just continued the mystery religion. Satan uses constantly new people to continue the thread of the previous. And as you will see later on in this presentation, his model of the electron is wrong because electrons don't do what he says they do. It's nonsense for them to be leaping quantum leaps and things like that. Either way, he was regarded as a very influential person in shaping physics of the early 1900s. So we have to understand that that was a person, put him on a pin. He was an occultist, very clearly demonstrated. Now, let's talk about Einstein. This is from Lateman.com. I think this guy is a very influential figure, as founder of the B'nai Barak Kabbalah Education and Research Institute, which is dedicated to teaching and sharing authentic Kabbalah, professor of ontology, PhD in philosophy and Kabbalah, and a master's in science in biocybernetics. So Michael Lateman, very influential Kabbalah mystical Jewish figure in this area. This is posted in April of 2016. Was Albert Einstein a Kabbalist? Question: what is your opinion about Albert Einstein? Was he a great physicist, a philosopher, or maybe a Kabbalist? Answer: I would say that Einstein is somewhat of a Kabbalist, and that's why he introduced the concept of relativity, more precisely, relative to the observer, a person, and thus introduced into science, into the world, the concept of relativity of our perceptions, knowledge, and life. It all depends on the observer from his or her properties. And this is exactly the Kabbalistic evaluation of man on the person himself with respect to the absolute, the creator, the property of complete communication, bestowal of love, all the opposite parts, and the properties of nature. In other words, the position of the Kabbalah, which is the forbidden fruit, is that you are the authority. You can decide what's good and evil. Therefore, it's all relative to you. So relativism, told to you by a PhD in philosophy of Kabbalah, is integral. What he's saying is that relativism is integral to the Kabbalah. That's the Kabbalistic perspective. And Einstein was furthering that mystical, Kabbalistic, ancient forbidden fruit lie through his special relativity. Well, moving on, one little paragraph here. And besides everything we perceive is perceived by the person in relation to the person, and as if what exists outside of a person doesn't matter. No, it does, because if there is an objective creator who is the standard, then that's what matters, not what you believe or perceive. That's relativism. The wisdom of Kabbalah speaks about what we achieve, and so specifically it is the science and foundation of all sciences. Yeah, all occult sciences, that's for sure. You can see a definite correlation between all these people and the occult. This is from Medium by a man named Cyril Kunz. Einstein, the semi-secular Kabbalist physicist. written in 2018. And I highlighted something here. A hallmark of ecstatic experience is that it involves a moment of dramatic shift or change of the experience itself, as opposed to a slow attainment of mindset resulting in revelation of wisdom over time. Now I think, wait a minute, did I highlight something here? Okay, it seems like it got rid of some of these. I was wondering because I remember reading this and it only kept a part of this. But anyway, go to the beginning here. Where Albert Einstein studied physics in order to understand the physical world, Jews, and in particular Kabbalists, turned to the metaphysical study to understand the greatest mysteries of life, consciousness. In his biography of the physicist, Ronald Clark posits, quote, "It's interesting to speculate on what might have happened to biology in the 20th century had Einstein decided to turn his genius toward the animate rather than the inanimate world. By comparing Einstein's study of physics with the mystical study of the Torah and Talmud on superficial, structural, and spiritual levels, I aim to show how Judaism has always been researching this field by seeking to answer that question that only comes with consciousness. What is my purpose?" Well, the Bible tells you what your purpose is to glorify God and to magnify His glory. But Judaism is rebelling to the scriptures, and we talk about that quite a bit in my videos. Some of Einstein's greatest contributions to science, including his theories of special and general relativity, are the direct product of what he called his thought experiments. In these thought experiments, Einstein would imagine himself in impossible theoretical scenarios in 3D space, such as pursuing a beam of light at the speed of light in a vacuum. Einstein's thought experiments. Anecdotally, it is reported that Einstein would enter a trance-like state, very important, during these experiments, from which he could not be disturbed. Scientifically, it is reported that he conducted these experiments by inducing a kind of creative cognition known as Janusian thinking, i.e. the god of two doors, Janus, wherein the practitioner considers two antithetical concepts simultaneously. It is not a trance-like state, but Einstein's own description of the discovery of his theory of general relativity. Quote, "At that point, there came to me the happiest thought of my life," reveals a sudden, creative leap of thought rather than a progressive development of the theory. So Einstein was engaging in these mystical practices, really, to hold two contradictory ideas in your mind until you just get this download, basically. And he got this download of relativity. At a superficial level, Einstein's thought experiments can resemble Kabbalistic trance and ecstasy, and indeed has led to speculative confusion of the two. In a theological approach to understanding mysticism, the ecstatic experience imparts knowledge of God and the metaphysical world to the person who experiences it. Rabbi Moshe Cordovero defined a magid in contrast to demonic possession, writing, quote, "Similarly, an angel may enter a man and speak within him words of wisdom, and this is what is generally called magid." So in their Talmudic traditions, they account for the possibility that, you can enter this trance as a rabbi and an angel can possess you and speak wisdom. Now, of course, what does the Bible tell you? That you shouldn't listen to angels, and if anything contradicts the Bible that an angel tells you, then you're not listening to an angel. It's not difficult for one to see how Einstein, engrossed in consideration of long ago memorized equations and models, mirrors the sleepless recitation of the Mishnah from memory, which triggered a psychological state attributed to Magidic possession in Rabbi Joseph Caro at the end of the medieval period in Israel. Although Einstein's ability to engage in deep thought and seemingly emerge with answers about the universe have led to conspiracy theories about revelations by cosmic or alien sources, he himself constantly stressed that he arrived at his conclusions logically. Sure he did. A hallmark of ecstatic experience is that it involves a moment of dramatic shift or change in the experience of the self. This is Kabbalistic writing, as opposed to a slow attainment of a mindset resulting in revelation of wisdom over time. The concept of a paradigm shift was, interestingly, first introduced by Thomas Kuhn, another Jewish physicist, and has implications for both science and consciousness. Structurally, there is a need for some balance between paradigm shifts and accumulated knowledge in both. If the paradigm shifts too frequently in science, new developments start to lose credibility and the scientific community risks phenomenon like the denial of climate change. If the paradigm of our consciousness shifts too rapidly, we can lose touch with reality, a danger vividly illustrated in Ansky's play The Dybbuk. The student Conan is consumed by Kabbalistic ecstasy. His mental fortitude is eroded, and he passes away when he learns of his beloved's engagement to another man, which is the final blow. So there are comparisons given to you by mystics and people who are into this stuff and Kabbalists who tell you that, yeah, Einstein, whether he was a Kabbalist or not, he was definitely in alignment with what we're doing. That's the point of that. I think we have one more here from mine. This is, monthlyreview.org. And this is Einstein's Why Socialism and Monthly Review, a Historical Introduction. A spring 1949 memorandum in the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Albert Einstein file, part of the FBI's vault of documents released under the Federal Freedom of Information Act, states, quote, advised by an agent in the field that in April 1949 a circular was distributed in the Nashua, New Hampshire area, announcing a new magazine entitled Monthly Review, an independent socialist magazine. The first issue was dated to come out as the May 1949 edition. The first issue would contain articles by Albert Einstein titled Why Socialism? Paul Sweezy, Recent Developments in American Capitalism, Otto Nathan, Transition to Socialism in Poland, Leo Huberman, Socialism and American Labor. The rest of the message is blacked out. Another memorandum that immediately followed in the FBI's Einstein file, and which similarly is redacted, reads the following. Advised the New York office that the Monthly Review, 66 Barrow Street, New York City, self-proclaimed an independent socialist magazine, made its initial appearance in May of 1949. The first issue contained articles by Albert Einstein and others. This investigative report stated further that a study of the articles contained in the background check for the editors and contributors revealed that this magazine was communist-inspired and followed the approved Communist Party line. Albert Einstein, the world's most famous theoretical physicist and its most celebrated scientist, had fled Germany upon Adolf Hitler's rise, immigrating to the United States in 1933, where he became a citizen in 1940. Yet for J. Edgar Hoover's FBI, Einstein remained a dangerous and un-American figure, threatening the internal security of the United States by his very presence in the country. His publication in 1949 of an article titled Why Socialism for the new periodical Monthly Review was thus viewed by the FBI as a direct confirmation of his strong communist sympathies. The FBI had opened its file on Einstein in 1932 when he was seeking to immigrate to the United States, with a long report by the Woman Patriot Corporation, WPC, which in its extreme anti-communism claimed that Einstein was inadmissible to the country. Not even Stalin himself, the WPC charged, is affiliated with so many anarcho-communist international groups to promote world revolution and ultimate anarchy as Albert Einstein. The FBI continued to collect everything it could on Einstein's numerous socialist connections for the remainder of his life. Although Einstein famously sent a letter to President Roosevelt on August 2nd, 1939, on the possibility of developing an atomic bomb, a letter that has often been seen as directly leading to the Manhattan Project, the U.S. military declared him a security risk and he was excluded from the development, and even the knowledge of making the atomic bomb during the Second World War, including the decision by President Harry S. Truman to drop it on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Again, I don't believe in nukes, folks. You can do your own research. This, to me, is just like with the way the Catholic Church and Galileo and Copernicus. False dialectics to make you think that, the genius that invented all these things wasn't even allowed on the Manhattan Project, and yet look what they did. It's just designed to mystify and create, sort of narratives. Because by then, the false prophet was in full swing. So you can't trust anything that comes out of history in the last 150 years. Everything's been fabricated. Not that history hasn't happened, but the narratives that they're telling you about these people are totally false. In the late 1940s, the Red Scare associated with McCarthyism, named after U.S. Senator Joseph McCarthy, was already beginning. In 1949, only a month before Einstein's Why Socialism was published in Monthly Review, included Einstein in a 2-page photo spread of 50 leading dupes and fellow travelers of communism in the country. The spread also included such celebrated figures as composer and conductor Leonard Bernstein, actor Charlie Chaplin, who was a major communist, poet Langston Hughes, playwright Lillian Hellman, and U.S. Congressman Vito Marcantonio, American Studies professor F.O. Mathieson, playwright Arthur Miller, atomic physicist Philip Morrison, writer Dorothy Parker, and radio commentator J. Raymond Walsh. Former U.S. President Henry A. Wallace was portrayed on the previous page as a standout fellow traveler. No doubt adding to the FBI's fears and suspicions at the time, connected to the general anti-communist hysteria, was the fact that Einstein's Why Socialism made one of the most succinct and powerful cases for socialism ever written. It is an essay that has stood the test of time and which is far more celebrated worldwide today, 75 years later, than it has at the date of its first publication. In this sense, I am a socialist. Einstein in 1949 was no new initiate to socialism. In 1895, at age 16, he had moved to Switzerland to study at Zurich's Federal Polytechnic School. For Einstein, 1905 was the miraculous year during which he received his PhD at the University of Zurich and published 5 breakthrough papers. We'll look at the miracle year later, and again, these are just fairy tales. In theoretical physics, including his doctoral dissertation, that were to make him world famous. He was to be revered worldwide as a personification of human progress and creativity. Exactly. But Einstein's creativity as a scientist and his universalism were never separate from his commitment to a more egalitarian society. He was a convinced socialist, connected to innumerable radical groups and causes, and a dedicated opponent of all forms of discrimination. After its opening in 1911, he spent a great deal of time hanging out at the Grand Café Odeon in Zurich, which was a meeting place for Russian radicals, among them Alexandra Kollontai and later Vladimir Lenin and Leon Trotsky, who, by the way, were both Freemasons, and I document that in my Why the Jews Are Not God's Chosen People video. You can see them with their little hands in their coats and everything. Along with numerous avant-garde cultural figures, he was undoubtedly caught up in the many fiery political cultural discussions taking place there. Nor was this a timid socialism. He saw the need in certain historical circumstances for revolutions. On November 19, 1918, the day that Kaiser Wilhelm II abdicated, Einstein famously posted on his classroom door, "Class cancelled, revolution." A year later, he wrote, "I do advocate a planned economy. In this sense, I am a socialist." In 1929, he stated, "I honor Lenin as a man who completely sacrificed himself and devoted all his energy to the realization of social justice." Lenin, we're talking about here. I do not consider his methods practical, but one thing is certain. Men of his type are the guardians and restorers of the conscience of humanity. That's what Einstein said about Lenin. In a 1931 article, The World as I See It, he wrote, "I regard class distinctions as unjustified and in the last resort, based on force." Remember how communism started with Pythagoras and all this common good stuff is never divorceable from these occult people, always associated to them in some way or another. Fascinating, isn't it? Although he subsequently was to distance himself from the Soviet character of the organization, Einstein, along with Bertrand Russell, Upton Sinclair, and other independent socialists, signed on to the board stance of the International Congress Against Imperialist Wars in 1932. In 1945, he declared, "I am convinced that in a state with a socialist economy, the prospects are better for the average individual to achieve the maximum degree of freedom that is compatible with the well-being of the community, i.e., the common good." As Einstein's close friend and associate Otto Nathan was to explain in Einstein on Peace in 1960, quote, "Einstein was a socialist. He believed in socialism because, as a convinced egalitarian, he was opposed to the class division in capitalism and to the exploitation of man by man, which he felt the system facilitated more ingeniously than any previous economic organization. He was a socialist because he was certain that a capitalist economy could not adequately perform for the welfare of all people, and the economic anarchy of capitalism was the source of many evils in the contemporary society. And finally, he was a socialist because he was convinced that, under socialism, there was a greater possibility of attaining the maximum degree of freedom compatible with the public welfare than under any other system known to man." Now look, whether you fall on the left or the right when it comes to government, at the end of the day, the reality you need to come to terms with is that there is no form of government that is good. The only form of government that's good is when Jesus Christ is going to be here and we're all going to have renewed bodies incapable of sinning. Until then, it doesn't matter what form of government it is. They all have their problems. American capitalism is horrible. Socialism is horrible. Communism is horrible. Any other thing in between is horrible because people do not have an objective standard. All of these governments, at the end of the day, give you a different standard than God. If God is not your standard, doesn't matter what you do with your government. You're always going to fail. It's always going to have problems. The question is, what kind of problems? In communism, you're going to fix some problems, but you're going to bring a lot of other ones. And in capitalism, you'll fix some problems as well, but you're going to bring a lot of other ones. Look how many homeless people there are in San Francisco and all these, democratic cities. They're absolutely horrible. Ironically, Democrats are the more socialist out of the two. So there you go. But the point is that no government is right. But more importantly, Einstein had some very flattering things to say about Lenin, who was neck deep in the devil's soup and contributed to killing millions of people. And yet he was however you phrase it, a guardian of the people's conscience or something like that. I mean, really? That tells you at the very minimum, his discernment is zero. At the maximum, he's an infiltrated operative of some kind, maybe a secret society member, maybe a Jesuit, who knows really? Who really knows these things? But we know that the devil has puppeted these people either way for his agenda. So Einstein, like Bohr, was... What is this playing here? Okay. Einstein, like Bohr, I have a video queued up and it started playing, but like Bohr, was from the place where the Kabbalah was the most dominant in Europe. Of course, they immigrated to the United States, but Einstein had a very mystical, pantheistic view of God, if you look into his spiritual beliefs. He did not believe in the God of the Bible, that's pretty clear. And he had some experiences that were, at the very minimum, suspect. Trances, revelations that came to him. He created relativism in science, deceived many generations after him with his confusion and his self-contradictory beliefs. He was associated to many radical communist groups. He was accused of being a communist and being subversive. He thought Lenin was a hero. He thought he probably hung out with Lenin and Trotsky and all these people and at that place where these people met. Who knows? But definitely, he obviously had good things to say about Lenin. And we know, again, that Trotsky, Lenin, all these Bolsheviks, Stalin, they were secret society Jews that took over, and they killed millions and millions of people, a lot of them being Christians, by the way. The Holodomor was the real Holocaust. You should look into that. The Ukrainian and Russian Holodomor, millions and millions of people died by starvation. Just horrible. But nobody tells you about that for a reason. Because history is written by the winners, friends. And of course, the winner of the history, at least until Christ returns, is the beast. Christ is the ultimate winner. But the devil has been given reign over the earth until he returns, and you have to understand that. That means that nothing other than the Bible can be trusted. I almost read Epstein, but Einstein brought his liberal ideas to science, and he was propped up because he was needed, and he was needed to obliterate the experiments of the 1800s by creating relativism and hiding heliocentrism behind all these fantastical theories. Either way you cut it, Einstein was a puppet. He was very compromised spiritually, and just like everyone else before him, he had a lot of mystical and occult associations and ideas. Now, let's talk about relativism and what it actually does to science. Gravity and special relativity and all of these things that Einstein formulated. Of course, he didn't formulate gravity, but he did have his own version of gravity where it's a result of space being bent, which... Go figure, if space is nothing, then how can it be bent? That doesn't make any sense. How can it propagate gravitational waves if space is nothing? What is it waving? All these things are so contradictory. And you will see once we get to the next section of this, which is, I think it's on relativity. Yeah, we're going to do relativity next. That it's just nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. It's so contradictory. But either way, he created relativism in science, which was really the final attack against the rising empirical evidence that the Bible is true, essentially, because the earth is not moving. Relativism is the forbidden fruit. Again, you can determine between what's good and evil. If you're the one who is the decider and you're the standard, and God is not the standard, then everybody has their own standard, and that's relativism. So relativism is the inversion of the truth. The truth is that God is the standard. You have one person, one standard. The inversion of that is that everybody's standard is a standard and we're all equally true. That's relativism. And of course, that's the devil's version of doing things, and he has put that in everywhere. And in science, specifically, relativism became an issue, or I should say a necessity, really, that's the right word, is necessity, because, again, you had empirical data that proved that the Earth was not moving. And as a result, you had to create a way to hide all of this stuff behind conjecture and philosophy and gaslighting and looking out somewhere and being told that, no, you're actually moving. You just can't feel it because it's relative and everything's valid. And so that's the confusion that happened. It was needed. Relativity was needed. Otherwise, the momentum of all of these satanic things would have come to a complete stop. And of course, they didn't come to a complete stop because the devil has been allowed to deceive the world. But here's an example. This is the video that I was talking about with relativity, just to understand how utterly stupid this is. But people gobble this up because you have people like Neil deGrasse Tyson who's going to do this explanation. And he's just so charming. And these people, just like Carl Sagan, just like all these people, they're all sorcerers. They're philosophers and sorcerers, and they seduce you with ideas. And, this is how it works. Listen up.
The next thing I say may be mind-blowing to you. The tide doesn't actually come in and out. What? There is a bulge of water, two of them, on opposite sides of the Earth, caused by the sun and the moon, and Earth turns inside that bulge. When we say the water rises and falls tidally, what's happening is we are rotating into the bulge and then out of the bulge.
So the bulge is already there.
It's already there.
And all we kind of do is pass through the
Pass
bulge.
through, and the water gets high and it gets low. So we're
Is this science or is this entertainment?
stuck with language from our own perspective rather than language of what's actually happening. Simpler that way to say the water goes in and out. It's simpler to say the sun set rather than Earth rotated such that our angle of view on the stationary sun fell below our local horizon.
Yeah, it is simpler because the truth is simple. But the problem is the truth refutes the lie. And so they have to create all sorts of conjectures and say, it's not the tides that you see. Get a load of how utterly ridiculous this is. And this is the gaslighting of relativity, is that it's not, the Earth is stationary and there's tides moving, right? The water's doing its thing. And of course, we have an explanation for that in the gravity video, which is probably having to do with the density of the water due to different salinity levels and the heat of the sun passing over, heating up, expanding. There are legitimate explanations for why tides happen that do not involve needing some, huge force from some huge moon that's pulling on it, which doesn't even make sense because if the Earth is so much bigger, it would cancel out the force of the moon. And there's so many inconsistencies with this theory because you have tides that are sometimes 600 miles apart that are like, one is 6 foot high, the other one's like 20 foot high. That doesn't make sense. If there's a bulge and the Earth is rotating under that bulge, I mean, really? That has to be, so it's literally saying, when you walk to the store or when you walk somewhere around your neighborhood in the park, you're not actually walking. No. It seems simple that you describe it that way. You're not actually walking. What's happening is the Earth is rotating underneath your feet and you're actually standing still. Well, how do you know? Well, and you start to get into these philosophical conjectures like, no, the Earth is still, I'm walking over it because my senses tell me that, and there's an objective frame of reference. But these people tell you, they redirect you with all these clever little explanations and CGI and seducers like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is an actor. He's not a scientist. First and foremost, he's an actor and a philosopher. That, it works like this and it works like that, and you get so easily seduced by these explanations. And you think, that must be how it is. Well, no, it's not. That's nonsense. Notice how they shift your attention to believing their frame of reference as the truth. No, it's not the way you think it is. It's actually, this is what it is. What do you mean? Where's the proof that this is happening? You just have to believe it because that's, it's relative. It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. But this is what we're dealing with. We'll talk about more of this in a future section when we talk about relativity and why it's wrong. And it's just wrong. It's not at all ever been proven. And the way they do relativity is not even according to relativity, because you can't do anything with relativity. Because it's relativity, it's relative. By the way, remember Luther's quote in the previous section on the Reformation when we looked at his quote about, was the stagecoach, When people were trying to argue that the earth is the one moving, Luther said something which was really funny because it's 500 years before or 400 years before the theory of relativity was even developed. He said it would be as stupid as thinking that you're on a stagecoach and the earth is moving underneath you. It's not the stagecoach that's moving. Exactly what they ended up teaching through relativity in Einstein, which is what you saw in this last video. But this is exactly it, folks. It's nonsense. Relativity was created to basically respond to all of the science before it and to set up the final leg of the journey, to solidify the heliocentric model so that signs and wonders like the moon landing, climate change, et cetera, you're going to see can all come into fruition and people would believe it. And there'd be no more way to challenge heliocentrism. Not unless you wanted to be ostracized from society and called stupid and so on, which is what people do today if you stand up for biblical cosmology. So there you go. If the earth is proven to be still, you have an objective frame of reference, then the Bible is true. That means that Jesus was right and the gospel is true. Do you see how these things are related? People say that cosmology is not a salvation issue, but it's tied to the gospel. The enemy knows that the true cosmology can reveal the truth about reality, obviously, and point people to the truth of the gospel, of being saved through Jesus Christ, because it tells you that the Bible is true, and therefore, if that's true, then what Jesus said must be true. And I need to repent because he's coming back to judge the world. And so it is a salvation issue in some sense, because for some people, learning the truth about cosmology can bring them to the gospel. And certainly, hiding cosmology is one extra way to hide the gospel to various people. If it weren't, then the enemy wouldn't be so focused on hiding the truth. That's pretty simple. Now let's move on. This is Edward Teller, who was another, famous person in all of this. Okay, and we have a little paragraph here. It says, "Some of my fondest memories are when we talked quietly and easily about more personal things." This is a person who wrote about Edward Teller. Edward was not a religious man, and his idea of God, which he had absorbed as a child, was that it would be wonderful if he existed, but that he hadn't been seen in thousands of years. I asked him what he would say to God if he ever met him. He thought for a long moment. Quote, "I would ask him where he had been when the world he created needed his attention." He replied, "Did he believe that there was someone beyond the universe who created it?" "Not to my knowledge," he said, pointing out that knowledge comes from scientific research, which could not answer the question. He could not prove there is no God, but he knew of no alternative theory he found persuasive. "Look," he said, he often began a thought this way, "I don't like to talk about things I don't fully understand, and I have no way of understanding the unknown." In actuality, what he didn't like was the uncomfortable feeling that if there is a God, he would have to be accountable to that God. Atheism is the most irrational possible position anybody can hold. The people at the top who are occultists, who are 33rd degree Freemasons, who worship the devil, who are very, very religious, they look at atheists as the dumbest people on the earth. But atheism was created by the beast so that it could swing from dark to light and get people to embrace religion again, so that religion looks great in comparison to atheism. Because atheism is ridiculous. So Edward Teller, who was also another influential person, basically didn't like God, didn't like the idea of a sovereign God, wasn't seeking God's glory, very much a pawn of the devil to be manipulated and to be persuaded in one way or another and basically be used towards that agenda that the devil was weaving through all of these people. Whether they were secret society members or not, the devil was using them because they weren't born again Christians. They weren't protected by the power of the Holy Spirit. They were left to the devil, and the devil was using them in various means to basically construct his final deception. This is Carl Sagan. Here we go. This is from Big Think, February 9th, 2023. Why Carl Sagan believed that science is a source of spirituality. Science will lead us to a universal morality and a cosmic religion. Albert Einstein and Carl Sagan thought that science and spirituality were compatible. We can assist the universe in its process of cosmic awakening by working together and cultivating a meta-awareness. The worldview of the future is a spiritual ideology guided by science and aided by technology. It's funny because they were saying that Einstein was a realist, but then you have other people telling you that Einstein had his own spirituality. Many assume that when you get down to the nuts and bolts of nature, a spiritual worldview is simply incompatible with the scientific one. While that is the common assumption, it couldn't be more wrong. Spirituality simply refers to a sense of connection to something larger than oneself, and it has nothing to do with the supernatural. To quote Carl Sagan, science is not only compatible with spirituality, it is a profound source of spirituality. Einstein not only shared this view, but also believed that the only path to true spiritual enlightenment was the trail we travel along when we pursue scientific discovery. The further the spiritual evolution of mankind advances, the more certain it seems to me that the path of genuine religiosity does not lie through the fear of life and the fear of death and the blind faith, but through striving after rational knowledge. You can save yourself with knowledge. Let's see. Was there anything more on this that I highlight? I did. To align interests, we must have a common worldview, Sagan said. A religion, old or new, that stressed the magnificence of the universe as revealed by modern science might be able to draw forth reserves of reverence and awe hardly tapped by the conventional faiths. Sooner or later, such a religion will emerge. Yeah, the New World religion, the earth-worshipping pagan reemergence of the mystery religion, worshipping the creation rather than the creator, and nothing new under the sun. Carl Sagan was one of the prophets and the priests of this religion, and he's telling you ahead of time what they're planning to do. Oh, this is Konstantin Tsiolkovsky now. Oh, another great one to read about. This is about the father of Russian, father of space travel in Russia and Russian rocketry in the Soviet Union. And there's a lot that goes into this because understanding Konstantin Tsiolkovsky's background shows you a lot about other people as well during that time and their cross-pollination with each other. So let's read about, this is an essay on academia.edu, and it's by several people, Birgit Menzel, Michael Hegmeister, and Bernice Glatzer Rosenthal. Let's see here. Where do we highlight? Highlighted something. Here we go. Tsiolkovsky's philosophical writings, according to Siddiqui, form a corpus work that easily exceeds in size his combined works on aeronautics, rocketry, and space travel. So his writings on the occult exceeds his writings on space travel. Between 1914 and 1931, Tsiolkovsky himself published some of these writings in Kaluga in the form of small booklets. Having only small print runs, they soon became bibliographic rarities, although they were never forbidden. Only upon the emergence of the so-called Russian cosmism in the 1970s did Tsiolkovsky's cosmic philosophy attract greater attention. The most important forum for their presentations and discussions were the Tsiolkovsky Lectures, which took place annually in Kaluga from 1966 and onward. In addition to providing a setting for hero worship, they also served as a meeting point and platform for non-conforming thinkers and mystics. One of the first who pointed to Tsiolkovsky's cosmic philosophy in a broad, public way was always trend-conscious Evgeny Evtushenko in his novel Wild Berries. Since the mid-1980s, Tsiolkovsky's philosophical and social utopian writings have been published together with previously unknown works from the archive. Only recently, collections of Tsiolkovsky's theological writings have been released, including the extensive comments on the four Gospels from the position of his scientific faith, and a demythologizing description of the life of Jesus. Kind of reminds you of Thomas Jefferson, right? Who tore pages out of the Bible, New Testament, and made his own testament and basically stripped all of the accounts of miracles and supernatural and created a false Christ. Same thing, folks. Same spirit of Antichrist. It's not limited to the Christian church. It's all over the place. These people are false prophets, false Christ, and you will see more of that with Tsiolkovsky. A real breakthrough occurred in 2008 when the Russian Academy of Sciences made Tsiolkovsky's entire personal archive available online. Tsiolkovsky regarded his philosophy as the work of a genius and redeemer and did not shy away from comparisons with Jesus Christ, or as he always collegially called him, the teacher from Galilee. Just like Thomas Carlyle, Friedrich Nietzsche, or Edward Schur, Tsiolkovsky was enthralled by the great charismatic leaders of mankind, Buddha, Plato, Jesus, and Newton. And obviously he had no doubt about himself being one of the intellectual giants who had shown mankind paths toward a radiant future. He certainly thought high of himself. It is clear that space exploration for Tsiolkovsky was ultimately only a means, a technical instrument for the self-perfection of humanity and to the achievement of eternal bliss. Let me just check something really quick. Yeah, some of these highlights don't get preserved, and that is really frustrating, but I think... All right, well, onward we go, because this thing is not cooperating with highlights. But anyway, a lot of good stuff in this particular paper. Moving on. Initially, for Tsiolkovsky, the emancipation from the Earth and expansion into outer space was a matter of securing and continuing the existence of humanity. Since in his view, life on Earth was endangered by overpopulation and by geological and cosmic catastrophes. Sound familiar? Explosion of the inner core of the Earth, impact of an asteroid, extinction of the sun. Dark to light, humans must leave Earth and emigrate to outer space in order to save the species. The reactive vehicle will ensure that the salvation of the human species would come to pass. By conquering the interplanetary and intergalactic spheres, man could, according to Tsiolkovsky, overcome damaging cosmic conditions, discover new habitats and sources of energy, and become indestructible. However, emancipation from the Earth was intended not merely to expend human powers and ensure the survival of the human species, but also to rebuild the human body in order to accommodate it to the conditions of life in the cosmos. The controlled selection of the fittest, their artificial reproduction, and the liquidation of all the inferior beings would, in Tsiolkovsky's view, give rise to a species of superhumans who are infinitely superior to today's humans in all respects, physically, morally, and aesthetically, i.e., you shall be like gods. Tchaikovsky condemned sexual reproduction as humiliating, as it is based on low animal passions, which only led to decay. According to him, it should be replaced by artificial fertilization or parthenogenesis. The biblical legend of the birth of Jesus from the Virgin Mary he interpreted as an ideal for future women, who will provide children but will not be subject to animal passions. As the cosmic evolution developed, the perfect human race, which would inhabit the entire universe, would lose its corporeality and turn into a kind of energy or radiation, and thus become immortal in time and infinite in space. As early as 1911, Tsiolkovsky wrote, "There is no end, neither for life nor for the intelligence and the refinement of man. It will eternally advance, and if that is the case, there also can be no doubt about its achieving immortality. You shall be as gods." Is that not what the serpent said to the woman? And is not what the snake is speaking through the father of Soviet cosmology and rocketry and basically all the space stuff that they had around that time? However, Tsiolkovsky's belief in progress had terrible consequences. Since every atom carries in itself the quest for perfection and happiness, the ethics of the cosmos demands that there should not be one single trace of disease, suffering, and irrationality anywhere in the entire universe. Man, as the manifestation of the will of the universe, has been granted the task of eliminating all imperfect, useless, and harmful forms of life. That is, all victims and sources of suffering, among which Tsiolkovsky includes all animals, he was a vegetarian himself, and most plants, as well as physically and morally defective humans, and populating the planets with his perfected race. It is, he explains, as if a gardener were to destroy all the useless weeds and only allow the best vegetables to grow. Who determines if you are a useless weed? That's the question. And it's funny because on both sides of the spectrum, you had the Nazis who were all into the occult and all about the Superman, the Ubermensch. And you had the Soviets who were also all into the occult. And what did they do? They were all about the Superman and perfecting humanity and having basically ascending into godhood. Tsiolkovsky's world-redeeming cosmic philosophy is not based exclusively on the belief in unfettered progress with its monstrous consequences. It also is constructed from a bricolage of ideas drawn from very different philosophical, parascientific, and occult traditions. Tsiolkovsky called himself a biocosmist, cosmist, and panpsychist. He believed, apparently, drawing on Ernst Haeckel and Gustav Theodor Fechner, and maybe also influenced by contemporary Russian secular panpsychism, that all matter, organic as well as inorganic, is alive and animated, and spoke of lively and happy atom spirits, i.e. pantheism. In inorganic bonds, the atom sleeps dreamlessly and timelessly as if in a state of deep unconsciousness. If the atom enters a plant or animal, it takes on the ability to feel or sense. It lives the life of the organism and experiences happiness and sorrow. In the brain of a highly developed form of life, the atom becomes conscious. And in the brain of the most highly developed being, it ultimately turns into an irreversible form of special energy, which has a cosmic and telepathic conscience. Is any of this sound to you like science, folks? Is any of this empirical, true, physical science? Or is this philosophy that we have seen from way back in Pythagoras through the mystery religion of the ages and into the modern day? Still more to go. Man is nothing more than a temporary, albeit complex realm, or common home, of indestructible, that is, immortal atom spirits, which are scattered at death only to be reconfigured according to the cosmic law of evolution and the quest for happiness into more perfect, blissful realms, i.e., he believed in reincarnation and the immortality of the soul. Are you seeing a pattern? There's no other way you can go, folks. If you deny the gospel, there's no other way you can go. You're going to believe in all of these things, all of the things like synergism, immortality of the soul, reincarnation, communing with angels, all the goods that the devil has to offer. They're all evil, of course, but this is what it is. He said, death is one of the illusions of the weak human mind. Death does not exist. Do you remember someone else that said that? The universe is constructed in such a way that not only itself is immortal, but also all of its parts in the form of living, blessed beings. There is no beginning and no end to the universe, and thus no beginning and no end to life and bliss. You shall not die. Just like Genesis 3, coming through to you through one of these false prophets, who is a false Christ, who presented himself as a person saving humanity and thought himself to be like a Jesus Christ. False Christ, Antichrist. In modern day, of course, he wasn't in the church in any way, but he was a false Christ, leading many astray with his ideas. And his concept is that, the universe is immortal, and therefore you're part of the universe, so you're immortal too, and you just reincarnate, when the Bible tells you that the only immortality is God, who alone has immortality. That is Paul writing to Titus or Timothy, I forget, one of the two. Who alone has immortality. Nothing else is immortal, only God. Anything else that lives is because God is sustaining it. God is immortal. You are not immortal. You are not made of anything that's immortal, because atoms were created at a point in time and they're going to be destroyed. Probably, I don't know, with the new earth, new heavens, new earth, we'll see how things go. But ultimately they were created, so they're not immortal. They're not self-existent. So these things are nothing new. Moving on, a couple more pages here. Tsiolkovsky's concept comes close to the idea developed by some of the theosophists of the permanent atom, which passes from one incarnation to another. So, theosophy now. The universe was for Tsiolkovsky an ocean of bliss, created by an almighty and benevolent, but for humans incomprehensible cause, which he saw as a most kind and rational living being, as a living organism whose rationality and absolute will also define the actions of mankind and its quest for happiness and reason-driven perfection. He also believed in the existence of immortal beings who were much more developed than humans and almost bodiless, ethereal, and therefore hardly visible to humans. He also believed that these alien beings, which are similar to angels or spirits in his description, constructively intervene into the lives of humans, read their thoughts, and send them messages through heavenly signs, quote unquote. And he assured that he had seen such things himself several times. Viktor Shklovsky reports a conversation with Tsiolkovsky in the 1930s in which Tsiolkovsky admitted that he frequently talked to angels. Seeing a similar pattern with all these people? The influence of Gnostic, theosophical, and spiritualist teachings on the philosophical work of Tsiolkovsky has been hardly researched up to now because it was to a large extent taboo in the Soviet Union. The provincial town of Kaluga in which Tsiolkovsky lived was, as Maria Carlson has demonstrated, the most important center after St. Petersburg of the Russian theosophical movement at the beginning of the 20th century. It can now be regarded as certain that Tsiolkovsky knew the writings of the theosophists, of which many were published since 1905 in the Kaluga Lotos publishing house, and incorporated several of their ideas and formulas, such as cosmic thought, cosmic consciousness, citizen of the universe, and the description of the heavenly worlds and their inhabitants, into his cosmic philosophy, and an essential component of which was the aspiration to achieve a holistic worldview, a synthesis of science, religion, and philosophy, in other words, a new world order. Indeed, Tsiolkovsky's claim that he received messages from evolved beings is remarkably similar to the alleged communication with the Mahatmas or ascended masters whom Madame Blavatsky claimed to consult. Yeah, they're demons parading around as angels of light. Tsiolkovsky's notion that part of humanity would become highly developed and ultimately turn into luminous rays is a central motive in the Gnostic myth, as it was popularized in Russia through the secret doctrines of the Theosophists and later Anthroposophists. According to these teachings, it is the goal of the earthly process to free the bright and divine spirit of the human soul from the dark and suffering earthly body and let it rise to the celestial realm of the light. The inferior, earthly decaying beings, on the other hand, and especially the animals, should be pushed back and obliterated. Exactly the opposite of what creation is. Creation is good and should be enjoyed, and we will be enjoying it when Jesus returns because we're going to be here on earth, not in heaven. That's Gnosticism. This recalls less Spencer's and Darwin's natural selection or survival of the fittest than Blavatsky's and Steiner's highly fanciful and dangerous speculations about the ascent of higher races and the destruction of racial failures of nature. Yeah, these people were eugenicists, folks. They were all eugenicists. They were occultists, eugenicists. They were very, very deluded people. While Tsiolkovsky's views most heavily reflected a theosophical influence, his ideas on non-terrestrial life may also have developed from his reading of the esoterically minded French astronomer Camille Flammarion and the cosmic spiritualist, philosopher, and natural scientist Karl Duprel, whose works were widely spread in Russian translation around the turn of the 20th century. In his Philosophy of Mysticism, 1885, the Bavarian private scholar outlined a peculiar synthesis of Darwinism and occultism in an attempt to determine the status of humans in the universe and their cosmic tasks. Expecting the end of the earth, he forecasted a cosmic expansion of the history of mankind. Keep this in mind, by the way, when we get to the Kardashev scale. It's going to make a lot of sense when you get to the Kardashev scale. But just notice how this is all this space exploration stuff. You'll see it everywhere else. It's all Gnostic. In the Soviet Union, you had people like Tsiolkovsky. With the Nazis, same thing. They wanted to ascend and become gods, Übermensch, and have the perfect race. In the United States, you have people like Jack Parsons, which we're going to read about, who is major occultist, and all these other people who are all occult and driven by the foundational idea that man can be his own god. And space and exploration, all these things were designed to ascend to the spiritual plane. According to him, cosmic traffic opens the possibility that even after the cold death of the earth, the achievements of the earthly culture can be preserved. By applying the principle of evolution and selection to the cosmic sphere, Duprel, as well as Tsiolkovsky, believed it was not only possible that on Earth itself man could be replaced by an even higher form of organization, but also that the initiative to start cosmic history was triggered by inhabitants of another star. This is all fairy tales, folks. These are fallen angels and demons talking to them and deceiving them, deceitful spirits, and Satan is playing them like little puppets to move along his worldwide agenda. It is quite remarkable and fully deserves further investigation that it was the esoteric teachings of redemption and escape from this world, i.e. Gnosticism, which motivated Tsiolkovsky in his concrete research and technical developments. That's important to realize. Even though all of these people like Jack Parsons, Tsiolkovsky, and the Nazis, Werner von Braun, all these people who developed technical achievements were engineers, were driven by and fueled by the occult. These in turn formed the basis of the Soviet space program and its propagation, a program that was supposed to open the cosmic way to the transfiguration and perfection of humanity, and finally to immortality and eternal bliss. Tsiolkovsky is probably the most important, but by no means the only founder of spaceflight with strong occult inclinations. It is remarkable that the prominent German rocket pioneers, the engineers Hermann Ganschwitt, Hermann Oberth, and Max Valier, were also engaged in extensive metaphysical and occult speculation, and were fascinated by paranormal phenomenon. So all these German rocket pioneers, who eventually came through, a lot of them, and their pupils and the people they influenced, came through Operation Paperclip, were neck deep in the devil's soup. Valier not only developed powerful rocket engines, but also followed the pseudoscientific cosmic ice theory and published an extensive occult doctrine of the universe, in which he, like Tsiolkovsky, described the universe as well as the atom as a, quote, living and besouled organism, in accordance with the Hermetic doctrine of the analogy between microcosm and macrocosm, as above, so below, as within, so without. And today you will see it as we get closer to the modern day with people like Nassim Haramein, if you know who that is, that it's the same thing, folks. It's worshiping the creation and marveling at the creation rather than the creator. Nothing new under the sun. The eminent rocket pioneer John Whiteside Parsons, which we'll talk about, whose research was central to the United States rocket program in the 1930s and 1940s, and who, again, like Tsiolkovsky, has a crater on the dark side of the moon, named as an honor, if you believe that there's a dark side of the moon, was also an avid practitioner of the Hermetic and magical sciences, and for several years the leader of the U.S. branch of Aleister Crowley's Ordo Templi Orientis. So, Jack Parsons, founder of JPL and very influential in the U.S. rocket program, was neck deep. You'll see, we'll read more about him. Very neck deep in satanic activity with Aleister Crowley. He was the leader of the Ordo Templi Orientis in the U.S. He was totally into the occult, doing all sorts of occult things. And there you go. He was the U.S. equivalent of Tsiolkovsky. We can only speculate about the reasons for the partiality these pioneers of space travel felt for occult doctrines. This partiality most likely has its roots in the mythological importance that heaven, and thus outer space, has had since the era of Aristotelian Ptolemaic cosmology, as the realm of perfection, gods in paradise, and the eternal home of blessed mankind. What does the Bible tell you at the end in Revelation, 21 or 22? Behold, the dwelling place of God is with man. The entire point of the story, folks, is that the unseen, the undefinable, the ineffable, the unexpressible, the self-existent, has created all things physical so that he could manifest himself in the physical realm through Jesus Christ, pay your debt so that you could be next to him without him destroying you in wrath, in just wrath, and that he is going to renew the earth and be with you on the earth. He's coming down to you because you cannot go where he is, to the ineffable realm, but he is going to come down to you, and behold, the dwelling place of God is with man. What does the devil have to tell you if that's the truth? The devil's going to tell you the opposite. Behold, the dwelling place of man is with God. You must go up to God, and you must ascend and go into the heavens and become and shed this mortal body and live as an immortal being. And of course, what does that mean? It means that this creation is bad. It's to be rejected, which is actually the exact opposite of what the Bible tells you. The assault on heaven would therefore open the road to humanity's self-perfection and self-deification, including the realization of immortality. Since the conquest of heaven will be achieved through science and technology, these fields are given esoteric qualities and magical functions. Esoteric knowledge differs from modern, that is, post-metaphysical and empirical knowledge, in its aim to be holistic, integrated, and lively, and in the tradition of Gnosticism, in its alleged magic power to transform and redeem the world. A magical Gnostic understanding of science and technology was widely spread among Tsiolkovsky's contemporaries. So it wasn't just him. What had previously been the business of magicians, sorcerers, and alchemists became the task of scientists and engineers, namely the conquest of natural laws, the transmutation of species and elements, and the absolute domination over space and time, the advance into new dimensions, and the creation of an omnipotent and immortal superhuman. A few examples may suffice. Alexander Bogdanov and Valerian Muravayev attempted to create a universal science, a kind of mathesis universalis, bringing the various strands of the diverse findings together into one grand unified theory. They're still searching for this, the theory of everything. They want to find the theory of everything to basically explain it all and control all of reality and hack all reality, which of course is just the forbidden fruit. This theory would be useful not only for attaining total command of the world, but also for perfecting it. Why do you need perfect creation when God has already made it perfect and has cursed it, and there's nothing you can do about that? See how these things, even though they seem scientific, they're completely antichrist? Psychologists, biologists, and physicists such as Naum Kotik, Pyotr Lazarev, Leonid Vasiliev, Alexander Chivesky, and the latter, being a close friend of Tsiolkovsky, tried to uncover a hitherto concealed, all-powerful psychophysical, nervous, or cosmic radiation, i.e. New Age stuff. Bogdanov's famous experiments in mutual blood transfusion aiming to create a powerful superhumanity are based on deeply archaic notions of blood as the site of the vital force, as in vampirism, and on the ability of blood to build and maintain a sense of community, as in the Holy Communion, i.e. Catholicism. Bogdanov's magic vitalism could well have been influenced by Rudolf Steiner's lectures on occult medicine. Perhaps the clearest example of the combination of modern science and technology with esoteric knowledge is the work of the priest, sophiologist, and scientist and engineer Pavel Florensky. Recall his speculations about organ projection, biotechnology, bioindustry, the alchemy of synthetic resin, the magic energies of names and numbers, or his efforts to employ the theory of relativity to prove the existence of the empyrean, the realm of the Platonic ideas, the abode of God and the heavenly host. What German sociologist Nikolaus Luhmann has described as the differentiation of the systems, namely the separation of modern science, metaphysics, and religion, including their institutions and discourses, is reversed by these theories or is considered never to have taken place. That's right. Reversed, because this is just the return of the mystery religion to the forefront. It's never gone away, really. It's just hidden itself a little bit, changed packages, and now is reemerging as we are exiting the final moments of history. So, Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, quite a lot to digest on that, but it sums up perfectly the spirit of the 1900s. Physics and science and all the things that were going on, not just in the Soviet Union, because you'll see this everywhere. The spirit of Antichrist was moving through the whole world and with all these people and basically creating a common ideal, which is this false sign and wonders that were later used through the false prophet, the United States. Because the United States took on the Nazis and won, quote unquote, the space race and so on. So conclusion is that the Lord warned us of false prophets, false Christs that would lead many people astray. These people are false prophets. They are religious figures. They are occult figures. They're not scientists. They're priests. They're priests of the mystery religion. And they're peddling to you a counterfeit salvation that the snake peddled in the very beginning. There's nothing new under the sun. And if you have biblical discernment, you can see through all of this stuff that's dressed up as science, when in reality it's just occultism. These people are revered as gods, that their words are just these, oh my gosh, they're just these geniuses, and they're basically seen as priests and prophets of this new way of thinking, this new science, which is really just the old thing repackaged. They've deceived many people into the mystery religion with their occult ideas. And yes, they created physical engineering marvels, but the reason and the drive behind these marvels was ultimately to move humanity into self-godhood. That was the driver for all of these things. And you need to understand that there's no such thing as space. Nobody's going into space. The idea has always been to penetrate the firmament, to go into the abode of God, and to become like God. So these people are crazy, and by their fruits you will know them. You will judge them. Konstantin Tsiolkovsky compared himself to Jesus. He published commentaries on Jesus' life without the miracles, meaning he rejected Jesus as God and published a counterfeit gospel. He was heavily involved in the occult and practiced theosophy. And he was motivated very clearly by the lie from the Garden of Eden that you can be like God. So by the definition of the Bible, Konstantin Tsiolkovsky was an antichrist. And yet he was one of the main founders of the Soviet space program. And you will see many other such antichrists like him throughout other places as well. But again, it's interesting that both the Soviets and the Nazis were neck deep in the devil's soup with the occult and had this idea of a Superman. Again, the Nazis were all about the Übermensch, and the Soviets were all about the superior race and eugenics and things like that. Of course, in the US, you also had Superman as a comic book hero, and the 40s and 50s and the post-war victory and so on. And just the culture was very much forbidden fruit, and we can do this, and roll up your sleeves, and synergy all the way. Satan controlled both sides, as you can clearly tell by now. And whether some of these people were Jesuit operatives, Freemasons, secret society, or just very deluded people communing with demons and the devil, it doesn't really matter, folks. At the end of the day, this is the thing. You can get lost in who's controlling what and what secret society did this and what that. It doesn't matter. there's only two forces in this world. There's God, and then there's the devil. And the devil's going to be destroyed very soon. But there's only two forces. It doesn't matter whether Tchaikovsky was a Freemason or whatever. There is a very high likelihood that he probably was, considering everything I just read to you. He was revered as a very important figure. He was associating with a lot of people in that time. He was definitely into the occult. And so it stands to reason he probably was. But it doesn't matter. What matters is that all of these people were being guided by the devil into creating this final delusion. Remember that the devil gave his power to Rome, and Rome is using the United States, the United States of America, as the false prophet to weave all of these deceptions. You can see how all of these things influenced others, and these things migrated to Europe and then to the United States, and eventually the United States accumulated all of this knowledge and used it through the space program like NASA, through Hollywood, through all of these things that we now are very used to because we grew up with these things. So you have to not look so much at the Freemasons or even at the Jesuits, but really at the devil's work through history. That's what this is about. To see how the enemy has used so many different people from so many threads, from so many places, integrating them, moving them here, moving them there, influencing culture, and shaping the ultimate deception, which is the world marveling after the beast. So very, very interesting. Now let's read about Jack Parsons, our good old friend Jack Parsons of JPL. This is from Wired magazine. And no, I don't want to buy a subscription. Leave me alone. This is titled Occultist Father of Rocketry Written Out of NASA's History. Parsons came to believe in magic, a force that he felt could be explained through quantum physics. As Parsons' interest in the occult developed, his colleague Melina approached the National Academy of Sciences for funding into jet propulsion as a means for developing more nimble aircraft. The team was granted $1,000, the first government-funded rocketry research group in history. A quarter of the funding had to go towards repairing damage to Caltech buildings caused by the group's experiments, and the group was eventually forced to relocate to some iron sheds in the Arroyo Seco Canyon, where they were closely watched by the FBI, which was keen to make sure that no political extremists were accessing the explosives. It was here that the Jet Propulsion Laboratory would be founded. Hedonistic Pasadena Lodge. At the same time, 1941, Parsons started to have a sexual relationship with his wife's, Helen's 17-year-old sister, Sarah. So his wife's younger sister, he started to sleep with her. Something that was encouraged by his church. His wife started a relationship with one of the church's most senior members, Talbot Smith. So they were both open marriage. The four of them, along with other Thelemites, ended up moving into a large house together in Pasadena. Drugs flowed freely, as did sexual partners. Remember, Thelema was Aleister Crowley's thing. So Jack Parsons was very much associated with Aleister Crowley. So they were doing drugs, orgies, all kinds of stuff. The lodge attracted negative attention, with the police and FBI receiving allegations that it played a host to a cult involved in sexual orgies and black magic. Although upon investigation, it was deemed not to represent a threat to national security. The U.S. government heard that Nazi Germany was developing the V-2 rocket, and so gave the Galkit Rocket Research Group, now with Parsons, a grant to develop rocket-based weapons, and the group was named the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, or JPL. At around that time, Parsons was expelled from Aerojet by new majority shareholders who disapproved of his unorthodox and unsafe working methods. Parsons and Foreman moved on to found the Ad Astra Engineering Company. In 1945, science fiction writer and later the founder of Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard, moved on to the Pasadena Lodge. Sarah took an interest in Hubbard. Sarah, I believe, was Parsons' wife or girlfriend, I forget, which made Parsons jealous. He developed a deeper interest in witchcraft and the darker side of magic, becoming fascinated by poltergeists and ghostly apparitions. In a bid to conjure up a new lover, he took part in an extraordinary ritual where he would masturbate onto, magical tablets to the sound of music. Oh boy, earmuffs if you are having kids or people around you. But anyway, after his girlfriend ran off with Hubbard, he decided to create his own girlfriend and summon an elemental, explains Pendle. Poetry for his elemental. After one such ritual in 1946, Parsons decided that he had managed to conjure up his perfect woman. So when he came into contact with Marjorie Cameron, he was convinced she was the one. He felt as though his elemental had arrived, says Pendle. Cameron had no idea that she had been invoked in this way. She became his muse and was subject of a book of poetry Parsons wrote at the time. When you think about scientists, you don't think of them as necessarily being fun or having a creative side. But Parsons saw himself of being at the end of the line of a group of scientists stretching back to Newton, who saw himself as a natural philosopher, i.e. an occultist. Newton wrote about alchemy. Poetry used to be part of what the scientist was. He was a Renaissance man with a whole swath of interest. That's right, a whole swath of interest in all sorts of unsightly things. When Parsons worked on his rocketry experiments in the desert, he would recite a pagan poem to Pan. Pendle doesn't see this as particularly strange, saying, they were all young guys. It would have been like going into a huddle and shouting the name of your team. Sure, just like that. Yeah, let's sweep that under the rug. That praying a prayer to Pan, who is just another name for the devil, when you're doing your work with rocketry experiments and hoping that it goes right and getting a blessing from your false god, that's just a bunch of guys, just a couple guys just having fun. Don't worry about it. Give me a break. Parsons' financial fortune fell apart after he invested his life savings in co-founding a company with Hubbard and Sarah, his ex-girlfriend and her current primary partner. Hubbard convinced Parsons he was going to buy yachts and resell them at a profit, but this never happened. Parsons lost the vast majority of his money in the scam. The company fell apart, and eventually Hubbard and Sarah went on to found Scientology together. Peas in a pod. Shunned in the Cold War. Parsons remained a specialist in rocketry and was often called as an expert witness in police investigations involving explosives. He was good with things that went boom. So with rockets and explosives, says Pendle. As the Cold War settled in, any academics suspected of being communist sympathizers were frozen out. Parsons and many of his colleagues lost their security clearance and leaving him unemployed. He found himself earning money as a manual laborer, a hospital orderly, and a car mechanic. Having been pushed out of science, Parsons became even more deeply entrenched in the occult. He ended up applying his skills to create pyrotechnics and explosives for the film industry. Just before a planned trip to Mexico in 1952, Parsons, who was 37, received a large order of explosives for a movie. While preparing the order, there was an explosion involving mercury in which Parsons suffered fatal wounds. Some of his friends suspected a state-sponsored conspiracy, although it was ruled an accident. To mark the centenary of Jock Parsons' birth in 1914, Folger Press is publishing a collection of Parsons' poems, Songs for the Witch Woman, which he wrote about Marjorie Cameron. It provides an intimate glimpse into the final years of their relationship, which was cut short by his untimely death. Cameron provides the illustrations. Quote, in the poems, he's writing to what he saw as a magical creature. Parsons uses imagery that is pretty far out, says Pendle, mentioning a vision of a girl and a goat dancing together in a satanic ritual, where the girl is more fearsome than the goat she's dancing with. This is how he saw his relationship with Cameron. She was a girl he'd summoned, but he was also terrified of her. Crazy people, folks. These are crazy people, and yet they were so influential in the development of all of the things that we use today. Many of the poems are about a hidden world beyond the view of the normal mortals. Parsons had his rocketry as well as his normal life. He discovered other worlds by imagining going on a rocket to the moon. He wanted to explore his new frontier. He saw both space and magic as a way of exploring these new frontiers, one breaking free from Earth literally and metaphysically. Was Jack Parsons an occultist in the line of all of the other people and their old occult traditions? Absolutely. This is Babylon Working. If you don't know about it, you'll find out about it today. 1946, L. Ron Hubbard, John Whiteson Parsons, and the Practice of Enochian Magic. A little description here. In the spring of 1946, L. Ron Hubbard and John Parsons performed a series of magical rituals with the aim of incarnating the Thelemic goddess Babylon in a human being. Hubbard's cooperation with Parsons, known as the Babylon Working, remains one of the most controversial events in Hubbard's pre-Scientology days. This article sets out to describe the content of the magical rituals as well as their purpose. It is argued that in order to fully understand these events, it is necessary to approach the Babylon Working from a study of Western esotericism in general and the study of Enochian magic in particular. So, Satanism, they summoned whatever they summoned, and of course, they were very deceived, very, very deceived. And God allowed them to be deceived so they could be destroyed, as you have plainly seen by now. But this is the point, folks. These people, just like Tchaikovsky in the Soviet Union, Parsons was neck deep in the occult. Satanism, orgies, drugs, occult books and rituals and all sorts of things. He lived a very dark life, and he was destroyed. He said prayers to Pan before doing his work with rockets and experiments, and was motivated by the forbidden fruit of godhood, just like Tchaikovsky. He idolized a woman that showed up in his life after doing a satanic ritual, and he was peas in a pod with L. Ron Hubbard, who was the founder of Scientology, who was another false prophet and false Christ. And of course, Hubbard took Parsons' girlfriend, and they went and founded Scientology, which is just so crazy. Parsons also was connected to Aleister Crowley, who was another false prophet. And Crowley was one of the top Satanists, of course, if you don't know that, in the 1900s. He was also connected to the Catholic Church, which we'll be documenting in a future video on the Synagogue of Satan. But Crowley's family was from the Plymouth Brethren, if you know what that is, which is basically where Darby, Irving, all these dispensationalist ideas originated there. And I talk about that in my Great Delusion series, where the Plymouth Brethren, very strange group of people, but the Plymouth Brethren is also where Aleister Crowley's family comes from. So there you go. They're all one big club, and you and I aren't in it, thank God. Now let's talk about Georges Lemaitre, our friend and Jesuit Georges Lemaitre. And he is a Belgian priest, theoretical physicist, mathematician, astronomer, and professor, blah, blah, blah. He was the first to theorize that the recession of nearby galaxies can be explained by an expanding universe, which was observationally confirmed afterwards by Edward Hubble. This is not true. It wasn't confirmed by anybody. This is a false interpretation, and we will refute it today. But of course, they need it in order to justify the Big Bang. He first derived the Hubble law, now they're called the Hubble-Lemaitre law. Well, law is something that's actually true, but this is not a law at all. And published the first estimation of the Hubble constant in 1927, 2 years before Hubble's article. Lemaitre also proposed the Big Bang theory of the origin of the universe, calling it the hypothesis of the primeval atom, and later calling it the beginning of the world. Doesn't the Bible tell you how the world began? So a Jesuit is telling you instead now, this is actually how it began. No, listen to me. Of course, you know how these things go by now. This is the Antichrist spirit working on day and age. But a Jesuit created the Big Bang, and that's what you need to know about that. They're rewriting the Genesis 1 through people like this person, like Lemaitre. And now that that culture was sufficiently shaped with Einstein, with relativity, with all this Kabbalah mystical space exploration, the idea of a Big Bang was the next thing that needed to be. I forget when he did it. It was like, what, in when did he publish it? 1927? So around the late 1920s. So I think this was afterwards. But it was just around the perfect timing to get everything going. And of course, keep the momentum with relativity, heliocentrism, and eventually space exploration. And you will see how all these things culminate in an ecumenical world marveling after the beast outcome. But the heliocentric model needs the Big Bang, otherwise it can't explain motion. And so they need to say that everything's expanding and you know, there's an original cause for everything. Of course, they're taking God out of the equation. And so they need to have something to explain the motion and the energy in the universe. And so they have to say that the universe is expanding, but of course it's not expanding. And you'll see that in just a second. So conclusion from this, we still have quite a bit to go. There's so much that's happened in the last 120 years. It's really, truly profound. But hopefully you're noticing a pattern. Hopefully you're starting to see that there's a continuous thread through all of these things, all the way from ancient times to modern day, unbroken thread of satanic activity. All the major figures that are associated to heliocentrism and were contributors to heliocentric thought and space and the idea of space exploration or whatever else, they were compromised. They were either occultists or Freemasons, secret society members, Jesuits, or just very deluded people that were somehow tied to the beast and manipulated by the devil. Heliocentrism is the mystery religion's cosmology because it's an inversion of the truth and it's based on the forbidden fruit that you can become like gods. It justifies ascension, a one world order, transhumanism, evolution, all of these things. It's all tied to it, folks. That's why I said heliocentrism is a spiritual belief system. You need to understand that. It's not based whatsoever on science. It's dressed up as science, Just like there are false Christs. Remember, discernment is not determining good from evil. Hopefully you know how to do that. Discernment is determining right from almost right. Right? Discernment is being able to watch the chosen who presents to you a Jesus that looks like you expect. Oh, Jesus probably looked like that. From the Jesus of the scriptures, who is very different. The Jesus of the chosen is a false Christ. He's almost right. But it's the part that's the almost that kills you. And this is the problem. If you can't tell the difference between right and almost right, then you'll be deceived. When it comes to cosmology, yeah, it's almost right. It means it seems to explain what we see. It's very dressed up in math, and it seems all very legitimate. There's all these scientists, and there's all these great discoveries. Almost right. But when you dig a little deeper, you realize that all these things have been carefully constructed and put together in a narrative by the beast, of course, in the last 500 years especially. But before that, the devil was all over the place, planting little seeds, little weeds, and growing them and moving them around. So you need to understand that the Bible warns of false signs and wonders, false Christs, false prophets, all of these things that are coming to pass. And we're documenting them today. The devil has been incredibly busy weaving all of these threads ultimately into the Catholic Church so that he could receive worship. And this is on the horizon. So what about now, back to the story, what about redshift? Redshift is the perceived redness in the stars when you look at them, and galaxies and so on and constellation. Again, we don't know what galaxies really are. You're looking at the firmament. Your assumption is, oh, we're living in space in a void and this is 1 billion miles away. That's an assumption. We don't know what we're looking at. But the things in the firmament, the redness in them is perceived as, by heliocentrists, as evidence that the universe is expanding. Georges Lemaitre helped to create something called the Hubble law, or Hubble's constant as well. And of course, nobody's questioned these things because it's a law. Immediately they claim it's a law. And of course, it's not a law. As you will soon see, it's very easily refuted. But to learn a little bit about redshift, let's see what it is. This is Wikipedia. In physics, a redshift is an increase in the wavelength and corresponding decrease in the frequency and photon energy of electromagnetic radiation. The opposite change, a decrease in wavelength and an increase in frequency and energy, is known as blue shift or negative redshift. The term derives from the colors red and blue, which form the extremes of the visible light spectrum. So you can see here, here's red, here's blue. So the more it tends to red or the more it tends to blue, it gives you an idea of the frequency it is. The main causes of electromagnetic redshift in astronomy and cosmology are the relative motions of radiation sources. Now we're coming to the narrative, which give rise to the relativistic Doppler effect. This is not true. And gravitational potentials, which gravitationally redshift escaping radiation. All sufficiently distant light sources show cosmological redshift corresponding to recession speeds proportional to their distances from the Earth, a fact known as Hubble's law that implies the universe is expanding. Blah, 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 scientific obfuscation. It's pseudoscience. And you will see it for yourself. Now, there's a man named Halton Arp who disagreed with this, who's around that time, born 1927 to died 2013. He was an astronomer. He was remembered for his 1966 book, Atlas of Peculiar Galaxies, which cataloged unusual-looking galaxies and presented their images. Arp was also known as a critic of the Big Bang Theory and for advocating a non-standard cosmology incorporating intrinsic redshift. Arp developed these views in a book, Seeing Redshift Cosmology and Academic Science, in 1998. So he wrote a book about it, and it's Atlas of Peculiar Galaxies. Arp compiled a catalog of unusual galaxies, an Atlas of Peculiar Galaxies, which was first published in 1966. Arp's motivation for the project was his realization that astronomers understood little about how galaxies change over time. This atlas was intended to provide images that would give astronomers data from which they could study the evolution of galaxies. Arp later used the galaxies of the atlas as arguments for his views in the debate on quasi-stellar objects. Astronomers now recognize Arp's atlas as an excellent compilation of interacting and merging galaxies, with some mixture of chance alignments of two unrelated objects at vastly different distances. Many objects in the atlas are referred to as primarily by Arp by number, and some are used as spectral templates for studying high redshift galaxies. ARP himself totally rejected the idea that peculiar galaxies were merging, claiming rather that apparent associations were prime examples of ejections from a host galaxy. So whether that was over your head or not doesn't matter. ARP was not somebody who believed in the Big Bang and the universe expanding. He had an alternate view of the universe. He wasn't like a, flat earther or anything, but he had an alternate view of the universe. He said there's other ways to explain this. And now we come to Edwin Hubble's false law. This is from ospublishers.com, Open Scientific Publishers, and this is a paper by Roland W. Abstract. Hubble's law, the presumption that galaxies may be moving away from the Earth at velocities proportional to their distance, is considered the ultimate defining evidence supporting the hypothesis the universe may be expanding. Unfortunately, Hubble's law is fatally flawed. Edwin Hubble misunderstood the nature of the redshift data upon which his theory is based, made oversimplifying assumptions about the brightness and dimness of the nebula, made the unwarranted assumption that galaxies are accelerating away from each other, then manipulated data to justify his foregone conclusion. Hubble presumed the galaxies in question to be an average of 24 times farther away than they really are, and in so doing, he falsified the only evidence supporting expansion theory. In 2014, Eric Lerner and the team of astrophysicists studied the surface brightness per unit area of 1,000 near and far galaxies and concluded that galaxies are not moving apart. But do you hear about this stuff? Do you hear about it on Wikipedia? No, you don't. No, it's Hubble's law. It's a law. Don't question the law. Of course not. Introduction. Hubble's law is the theory that galaxies are moving away from the Earth at velocities proportional to their distance. Galaxies are supposedly accelerating away from Earth, and the farther away they are, the higher their velocities. The calculations from which Hubble's law is derived indicate a distance-velocity relationship considered to be the ultimate definitive evidence supporting the hypothesis the universe may be expanding. Because of false assumptions, faulty reasoning, and data that appears to have been contrived, Hubble's law is fatally flawed. Edwin Hubble assumed that the nebula are accelerating away from each other, then found the mathematics to justify his foregone conclusion. Math can justify anything, folks, as long as you have assumptions and you can mathematize anything. This is the logical error of circular reasoning. In other words, including the conclusion in one's assumption, then using the assumption to prove the conclusion. Kind of like mass and gravity. The redshift misconception. In 1915, Vesto Slipher observed that light from some spiral nebula is redshifted and jumped to the conclusion that he was witnessing a light source rapidly moving away from the observer and somehow stretching the wavelength of light it emits. This is how it started. They're observing things in the firmament, and of course their model of the universe is totally bonkers, and they're assuming that the red that they see is a product of the galaxy moving at such a fast rate that it's affecting the frequency of light and changing it to the red. That's an assumption. It could not be moving, and it could just be red light that's being emitted. How do you know? That's the question. Slipher also observed that the light received from Andromeda was in the blue part of the spectrum and falsely concluded that this galaxy is somehow shrinking the wavelength of its light as it rapidly approached us. Slipher did not appreciate how light attenuates and thought he was witnessing a Doppler effect. So a Doppler effect, remember, a Doppler is when there's a change of frequency because something is moving. We'll talk about this more with relativity in the next section, but let's say you're standing still and somebody's playing a trumpet and they're in a car and they're playing an F note and the car is moving at 60 miles an hour. Well, they're playing the F note, but the way it's going to sound to you, because the car is moving and affecting the sound because the frequency is changing, it's going to make it into an F sharp or something, right? It's going to change the frequency of the note. That's called a Doppler effect. It's a change of frequency because something is moving. Kind of like how you hear, an ambulance come across you. I'm probably doing it not the best, but you get what I'm saying. There's a Doppler effect that's happening because of the frequency, and something is moving from the emitting source. Moving back to our paper here. In redshift, there is an actual increase in wavelength. In Doppler, there is only the illusion of change in the wavelength. Redshift is attenuation. Doppler is distortion. Very important you understand the difference. Light waves are transverse, meaning they oscillate perpendicular to their path, and they do not require any medium through which to travel. That's not true. That's not true at all, because light, he's probably going with the relativistic model. So there's that. But anyway, we'll talk more about this anyhow in the future. Sound waves are longitudinal, vibrate parallel to their path, and can only propagate by compression and rarefaction of the elastic medium through which they travel. Light attenuates over extreme distances through space, meaning that its frequency gradually decreases as its wavelength correspondingly increases. The degree to which light has redshifted is a function only of how far it has traveled from its source. That redshift could have anything to do with motion of source is a false inference. Meaning to assume that the red thing that you're seeing, and this is, by the way, a heliocentrist, and obviously from his comment about light, he believes in relativity. So, but this person is telling you, even though he's a heliocentrist and he believes in relativity, he's telling you that the universe is not expanding. This is bogus. So that's the important point. But the assumption is, when you see the red light, does that mean that it's moving? No. That's your model that you're projecting onto the results. Just like Eratosthenes, just like everybody else. Just like Cavendish, and so on and so forth. 1927, Edwin Hubble compounded the Slipher error by presuming that galaxies are receding from the Milky Way, and the farther away they are, the faster they are receding. Hubble estimated presumed radial velocities of 46 star clusters on the unwarranted assumption that they were traveling on straight-line paths diverging from some unexplained central colossal explosion. This is an assumption on Hubble's part. It's not a law, it was just an assumption. Edwin Hubble's miscalculations. In 1929, Hubble presented data from 24 star clusters he had studied as the foundation for Hubble's law, which theory is considered the ultimate observational basis for expanding universe theory. From these 24 sets of data, Hubble selected 5 that demonstrated a perfect straight-line relationship between distance and velocity. However, 5 is a statistically insignificant sample size from which to project meaningful data about the entire universe. Agreed. Especially when you're cherry-picking the 5 out of the 24, the other 19 that didn't match. Hubble demonstrated selection bias by using data only of galaxies from which light was redshifted and overlooking data of galaxies from which light appeared to have been blue-shifted. By ignoring data from the galaxies he believed were approaching Earth, Hubble self-disqualified his theory as constituting a law. A law in physics permits no exceptions. That's right, like the law of thermodynamics. The second law and the first law, which both of those gravity breaks. So watch my gravity video to understand how. But those are laws. I think he's going to talk about it here. Newton's universal law of gravitation, for example, does not permit occasional exceptions whereby some objects fall upwards or repel each other. Yeah, gravity is not. But again, see, this is the great part. The great part is that this person is totally into the heliocentric model, totally believes relativity, into gravity, all this stuff, and he's still telling you, it's not a flat earther telling you this, right? This is an educated person reporting to you physics within his own frame of heliocentrism, telling you that the universe is not expanding, that this is bogus, that Edwin Hubble was a fraud. And of course, the rest, as they say, is history. Moving on. 1912, Henrietta Swan Leavitt had discovered a direct relationship between the brightness of the Cepheid variable stars and the period of their pulsations. The brightness periodicity relationship indicates at what stage each Cepheid may be at in its unique life cycle and tells us absolutely nothing about where said star may be located. Hubble misinterpreted the Cepheid brightness periodicity relationship to his advantage. By presuming that the universe had begun from some unexplained central explosion, Hubble jumped to the unwarranted conclusion that the brightness of the Cepheid star is a function of its distance away from the Earth. Hubble also falsely assumed that all galaxies are approximately the same size. This simplification caused him to overestimate the distance of small galaxies and underestimate the distance of the large ones. Hubble further falsely assumed that the dimness of a galaxy is a function of its motion away, i.e., that as a galaxy retreats, its brightness diminishes. That's not true. It could be just a less bright galaxy. Now again, we don't know what galaxies are. Some sort of formation in the firmament. Maybe it's a living being. Who knows? We really don't know any of these things, folks. But either way, you can't assume, because it's moving away, that's why it's less bright. This is another example of including one's conclusion in the assumption, then using this assumption to prove the conclusion. The following table summarizes the estimates from which Edwin Hubble in 1929 concluded that galaxies were receding from the Milky Way at a velocity proportional to their distance. Entries in the distance column indicate that distances the Hubble estimated, yada yada, entries in the presumed velocity, and so on and so forth. So here's this table. These are the 5, things that basically he picked out. And it gives you the distance and presumed velocity and supposedly the ratio. And this person's going to comment on it. The results in the ratio column above are the 5 points that Hubble posted on a graph to create a remarkably tight straight line relationship between the distance of a galaxy and how fast it's supposedly moving away. So he took, out of all the results he got, he took the ones that he could plot on a graph in a linear relationship and make it seem as if there's this law, this unquestioned law of the universe expanding. But this is fraud, scientific fraud. Something is seriously wrong with Hubble's estimates of distance, however. If we substitute modern estimates of distance in the distance modern column below, a quite different picture emerges. And so on and so forth. And so you see the numbers here. And so let's see the commentary. Edwin Hubble thus estimated Virgo to be about 3.4 times closer than it actually is, and the other star clusters to be from 12 all the way up to 68 times further away than they actually are. If Hubble had used realistic estimates of distance, there would have been no straight line on his graph, only random points indicating a zero correlation between distance and presumed velocity. It appears that Hubble manipulated data to produce the results he wanted. Either galaxies are moving apart or they are not. The theory which suggests that the distances between galaxies are increasing is fatally flawed. Therefore, we must presume that galaxies are in the same positions relative to each other that they have always been in. This burden of proof is the same as required in a court of law. The Hubble theory that galaxies are moving apart cannot be substantiated. Therefore, we must presume that they are not moving apart. And if that's the case, there's no Big Bang. Hubble's so-called law is thus a mathematical diversion that bears no relation to reality. Redshift is not Doppler. Galaxies are not retreating from the Milky Way. If galaxies are not in retreat, then their imagined velocity of retreat cannot be increasing. The universe is not expanding. We now have direct evidence that the universe is not expanding. Edwin Hubble's estimates of velocity do not include measurements of surface brightness of galaxies. Such measurements tell us a very different story. In 1930, Richard Tolman devised a surface brightness test to determine whether the universe is static or it's expanding. Tolman's test compares the surface brightness of galaxies to their degree of redshift. Tolman believed the redshift to be the degree of reduction in energy of each photon. In a static universe, the light received from an object drops in proportion to the square of its distance. We'll talk about this too with the next video in this series, which will be 15 problems with the circular flat Earth model. The inverse square law of light is a real problem for the flat Earth model, as it is now with the circle and so on. And you'll understand what I mean, which is that light, what he just said, an object drops in proportion to the square of its distance. There's a proportion and it's logarithmic, meaning the farther you are from a light source, it's exponentially dropping off in intensity. So anyway, back burner for that one. But in the apparent area of the object also drops in proportion to the square of its distance. Thus, the surface brightness, light received per surface area, is constant, independent of distance. In an expanding universe, the surface brightness would decrease with the fourth power of 1 plus c. For 90 years, mainstream astrophysicists have never checked the validity of their assumptions by means of the Tolman test. They accept on blind faith the Slipher error of mistaking redshift for Doppler. In 2014, Eric Lerner and a team of astrophysicists applied the Tolman test by measuring the surface brightness of over 1,000 near and far galaxies. 1,000 galaxies is a statistically significant sample size from which to project meaningful data about the entire known universe. It is 200 times the number of galaxies that Hubble included in his biased sample. And remember, Hubble took out of the 24, he took 5. If galaxies had been moving away from each other, they would appear fainter the farther away they get, because of the inverse square law with light. Their surface brightness would diminish, true. Lerner's team, however, found that in every case, surface brightness remains constant regardless of distance. If any far distant galaxies had been in motion away from us, its surface brightness would have been much less than that of nearby galaxies, a phenomenon that has never been observed. Thus, there is zero tangible evidence that galaxies are moving apart and overwhelming evidence that they are not. The universe is an infinite expanse, and as such cannot have any boundaries that are expanding. Infinity cannot become any larger than it already is. And again, this is a heliocentrist telling you this. the universe is not an infinite expanse. Who knows? I mean, who knows what it is, because we know that there's a limited expanse. We are in the space between the waters above and the waters below. How far do the waters go? I don't know. That's a good question, right? But as far as our universe, this is it. And when you look into the firmament and you see these things like stars and galaxies, we don't really know what they are exactly. We don't. And certainly they're interesting to look at. They exist, obviously. There's also, the Photoshopization of NASA of all these things. And if you've seen how they take the Hubble, quote unquote, the Hubble telescope, and they take the images and they totally make them into something that they're not, to make people marvel at these false signs and wonders. There's that part too, but there are things that we see. And the question is, what are they? I mean, I don't know. I don't have an explanation for that, but they're certainly not cajillions of miles away and in an empty void, because we know that that's not true. Conclusion with this paper: Hubble's law, the alleged definitive evidence supporting expansion theory, is fatally flawed. Edwin Hubble made a priority assumption that galaxies are moving away from each other, then falsified evidence to support his foregone conclusion. Hubble estimated 5 galaxies to be on average 24 times further away than they are, then plotted these 5 points on a graph to demonstrate a straight line relationship between distance and presumed velocity. If Hubble had used realistic estimates of distance, he would have ended up with random points in a graph bearing no relationship to each other whatsoever. Thus, there is zero evidence to support the notion that the universe could be expanding, i.e. that the galaxies are moving away from each other. In 2014, Eric Lerner and a team of astrophysicists applied the Tolman surface test, and we learned about that, and so on and so forth. This is overwhelming evidence that the galaxies are in the same position relative to each other that they have always been in. That's right, because this is the universe. And when you're looking up at the firmament, you don't know what you're looking at, but you're seeing something that was created, and it's there. It's not bajillions of miles away and moving away from you and expanding faster than the speed of light and all of this nonsense. But you see, what does this tell you? It tells you the Big Bang is not true, because the Big Bang has to keep moving and expanding the universe. That's their whole thing. And now they're getting into, well, the universe actually has had endless Big Bangs, because it's expanding and at some point it contracts, and then it goes through the big crush, and then it's Big Bang. There's so much nonsense that they're trying to bring into cosmology just to not acknowledge God and not acknowledge the Bible. So, conclusion from all this, well, it's the usual pattern of one false narrative being propagated immediately by the media machine, while others, like the Tolman test and these other people like ARP, who objected to Big Bang Theory, you never hear about them. You never hear about this paper that I just read to you. You never hear about Halton ARP. You never hear about the Tolman test. Nobody listens to these things, even if you put them forward, because they think it's, how can you question established science? Well, it's not science. It's a spiritual belief system. And yeah, you should be questioning it because it's Antichrist. Data on redshift is interpreted with assumptions. Again, when you see something red, what do you make of it, right? It's just like with the sun or the moon. The moon's an easy example. You look at the moon and you say, well, what is that thing? Is it a bajillion miles away and a million miles across? Or is it, like 30 miles away and, 2 miles across? How do you know? It's all relative in that sense if you don't have an objective frame of reference. Of course, we do have an objective frame of reference. We know that the Earth is stationary, it's not moving. Therefore, this is a local light source, just like the Bible tells you. And so it's probably on the smaller end. Now, we'll talk about the moon later on here. The moon is very likely a 2-dimensional projection, and there's evidence for that, which is very fascinating evidence. But either way, you're assuming something when you're looking at it. So just like with redshift, when you're looking at that and you're looking at it through a bias, trying to confirm your bogus model, then what do you get? Well, you get bogus results and falsified information, which is exactly what happened. They projected their assumptions of a heliocentric expanding universe with a Big Bang onto redshift and say, oh, see, it proves it. Proof, Hubble's law. You can't question it. And the rest, as they say, is history. There's just like evidence with geological interpretations, where like the evolutionary model is used to say, oh, this happened over, 500 million years, and the Grand Canyon happened over 200 million years. And this is just nonsense. Because there's evidence that, for example, Mount St. Helens, there's a huge gorge. When Mount St. Helens erupted, it created this gorge in a matter of a very short period of time, a couple weeks, where it was literally like you go there and you look around, and if you didn't have context of what happened, and you had the smoke over your eyes, the lens, the matrix of the evolutionary model, you would say, wow, this must have taken millions of years. And in fact, it happened very quickly. In fact, there's a list, if you look up on Wikipedia, this is a list of islands created since the 20th century. These are islands that are created in the last 120 years. And you can look at this list. It's a huge list. Look how many of these are. From, well, this is late 1800s, but 1900s, like, this is, I don't know, 30 islands, 40 islands, something like that. Maybe a little less than that, 20 to 30 range, but that's a lot. Islands that were created with geographical features, with all sorts of ecosystems, all kinds of things going on. We do not understand the earth and the way things go. But you've been given a model like the evolutionary model and these ridiculous timescales because they support the cosmology of the mystery religion, which ultimately leads to what, folks? You're about to see soon how it all comes together and why all of these things are so important to the beast and why the moon landing was so important and why maintaining heliocentric cosmology and Mars and all this stuff that's going on today. Because it cements the idea of a one world that needs to be united. That's what it's all about. The Bible tells you the ultimate aim of the beast, to be marveled at, to be worshipped, a new world order. That's the destination of history. Meaning all of these false signs and wonders are going to serve that outcome. So you can't forget that. And this is the way that the interpretation of everything with heliocentrism works, the same way. They use math and ridiculous scales and confusing numbers and all kinds of things to deceive you. Remember from episode 4 with Eratosthenes when we did some calculations on angular size. You can do this for yourself. Take the numbers that they tell you for Jupiter, Venus, Mars, all the visible planets. Take the numbers of the diameter of these supposed bodies and the distances, 100 quadrillion miles away divided by whatever. Put it in an angular size calculator. And we did that. I did the calculations for you in that episode, if you haven't seen it, towards the end. And you can see for yourself that you should not, based on what they tell you, you should not be able to see Jupiter or Mars or whatever else in the sky. You shouldn't be able to see it based on the diameter of these objects that they're telling you that they are and the distance that they have to be. You shouldn't be able to see them because there's a limit to angular size, meaning how much space something occupies in your visual field. So all of these things are based on wild assumptions, and assumptions are everything because math justifies your assumptions. You make assumptions, and then if you project your results like Hubble did and mathematize everything and cover it with math, sprinkle a few formulas here and there, and suddenly, oh, wow, it's legit. It's a law. It's a law of the universe. When in fact, it's a lie of the universe. It's a lie, not a law. Now, the thing that you need to understand is you always need to make an assumption. Every claim that you make to make a hypothesis in science, you have to assume something. There's nothing wrong with assuming. You have to assume in order to create a hypothesis. And then you test your hypothesis. That is the scientific method. The problem is these people are not scientific because once they test, they project their assumptions onto the test and they make the math work to fulfill the assumptions rather than being honest and saying, yeah, Michelson Morley proved that the earth isn't moving. And so did Airy and so did all these other people. So I guess we have to reevaluate the model. No. Oh, we just give relativity and math and this formula and that formula and see, it's actually what's happening is this. This is what's happening. It's corruption. It's evil. And it's the corruption of science. If you assume that the sun or the moon that you're looking at is huge, then you will get a huge number that it has to be farther away. If you assume that the sun you're looking at or the moon that you're looking at is local and smaller, then the number that you get for the distance is going to be smaller. Math is relative. I'm not saying math is relativistic, but math is relational. It's relative to the assumption. Math can make anything work. It doesn't mean that you're expressing reality. I could say that the sun is 5 quadrillion miles away and it's actually 4 quadrillion miles across. And you could make the math work as far as distance and make the angular size appear the way it's supposed to in the sky with math. It doesn't mean you're expressing reality. Does that make sense? Just because you're expressing something mathematically doesn't mean that you're aligning with reality. And a lot of people don't seem to get that. They think that there's all these, giant like chalkboards with equations and, oh, it must be something going on there, some truth, some profound truth going on. No, it's just philosophy dressed up in numbers and meaningless data. Empirical data is what matters. You can have math, but math is only useful up to a point. You need to have empirical evidence of what you believe. You need to have empirical evidence of your data, because empirical evidence confirms whether your math is right or wrong, right? If you have empirical evidence that the sun is not quadrillions of miles away and, hundreds of thousands of miles in diameter, that it's a local light source, then your math is wrong. Your projections and your calculations are wrong, even though without any other context, they can explain the angular size of the sun in the sky. So this is why math is ultimately meaningless. It's useful, but it's ultimately meaningless. You need empirical data. And there's no empirical proof for the heliocentric system. You need to understand that. There's no empirical proof for gravity, for curvature, for the theory of stars coming into being. None of this stuff has any empirical proof. It's garbage. It's gobbledygook, like that Malcolm Bowden guy was saying. Now back to redshift. They assumed that redshift would be, or that must be, the acceleration of things away from the Earth because of the Big Bang and because we live in space. But they misinterpreted what they saw, both in the sense of the magnitude and the distance. As you saw, Hubble grossly overestimated the numbers, and in the sense of a Doppler effect, that something is moving in order to change the frequency, which is not. They just assumed that because it fit their model of the universe. It could just be a change in the light being emitted. Maybe this thing is emitting red light. Maybe it's not as bright because that's just what it is. Doesn't mean that it's moving or that it's farther away. The conclusion is that they don't know what they're looking at, folks. They have, first off, people by today, they've been so gaslighted and deceived. Even physicists. You saw some of these people in Malcolm's videos. They were physicists that never even knew about Sagnac's experiments or Michelson-Morley or Airy's failure. They're completely brainwashed and indoctrinated by all the gaslighting of relativity, which we're going to expose, by all the math and the conjecture of the heliocentric model. So today, they're looking at these things, and even the people that aren't secret society members and indoctrinated with the occult and things like that, they're looking at, they don't know what they're looking at. They're looking at something, and immediately the math model in their mind says, oh, that's a galaxy, it must be 1 billion miles away. Well, how do you know that? How do you know that you're just not looking at something in the firmament? And, maybe, like I said, maybe it's a living being, maybe it's objects, maybe it's the effect of the firmament itself somehow. Who knows what it is? We don't know. We don't have enough budget, right? Because nobody's going to be paid millions of dollars to go and do biblical flat earth research or biblical cosmology research. So you have to drop all the assumptions when you're examining these things. Now, a couple more to go on this evil tour of the last 120 years. This is from Medium. The Long Strange Trip of Michael Aquino. If you know about Michael Aquino, he was head of the government's PSYOP division for a while, or worked very much with the CIA. And this says how a heterodox intellect remade Satanism and caught hell for it. Here he is, by the way, Michael Aquino, with Sammy Davis Jr. and Anton LaVey, the priest of the Satanic Church, the high priest or whatever. Peas in a pod, all buds. Just look at them smiling and on their way to hell. The research, if it's real, it's not a blanket of bromides or group-sanctioned routine. Its practitioners rarely appear in familiar lanes. In 1969, an authentically seeking and heterodox U.S. Army officer and specialist in psychological operations, or PSYOP, entered the orbit of the Church of Satan founder Anton LaVey. This was Michael Aquino, whose efforts opened a new chapter in satanic and left-hand spirituality. Aquino first briefly encountered LaVey in 1968 at the San Francisco premiere of Rosemary's Baby, the social connector for so much in the modern Satanism LaVey defined. A recent graduate of UC Santa Barbara and commissioned officer, Aquino spent part of 1968 into 69 at Fort Bragg with the 82nd Airborne Division, and later as a PSYOP Special Forces officer at the base's JFK Special Warfare Center. In early 1969, the second lieutenant found himself questioning life's purpose. A study of existential philosophy had only deepened his despair, and he was contemplating suicide. Now, this article is behind a paywall. The point I wanted to show you is that this person, if you know about him, Michael Aquino, was very, very influential in the U.S. government's PSYOP division, and he was a Satanist. He was a hardcore neck deep in the devil's soup with Anton LaVey and so on. So there's that. Let's see. This is another one titled Why the U.S. Got Involved in the Occult. If it will load. Oh, okay, there it is. This is from April 26th, 2017. Why the U.S. States government embraced the occult. A new book chronicles the decades of extravagant attempts to weaponize psychic powers. Here's some people doing a seance and working probably for the CIA, who knows. In 1952, the U.S. Army asked Duke University to help them develop a program to determine if dogs were psychic. Specifically, they wondered, could dogs use extrasensory perception? To this end, researchers carried out a series of 48 tests on a beach in Northern California to see if dogs could locate underwater explosives. At first, the results pleased the scientists, who concluded that there was no known way in which the dogs could have located the underwater mines except by extrasensory perception. Let us pause for a minute before going further. A dog's olfactory capabilities are 40 to 50 times greater than those of a human. Its hearing is 4 times stronger. Judging them by human metrics, dogs literally have extrasensory perception. This does not mean, however, that they are psychic or paranormal. And sure enough, further tests failed to deliver any supernatural results. A follow-up program was deemed an utter failure, and researchers noted a rather conspicuous refusal of the dogs to alert. This experiment is only one of the strange stories, many of them recently declassified, in Annie Jacobson's Phenomenon, The Secret History of the U.S. Government's Investigations into Extrasensory Perception and Psychokinesis. As with her previous books on Area 51, Operation Paperclip, The Secret Project to Bring Nazi Rocket Scientists to the U.S. After the War, and DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, which develops new technology for the Defense Department. This one begins with the fallout of World War II and the extreme measures the military-industrial complex took to unlock and weaponize psychic abilities in the early days of the Cold War. Very interesting stuff. I read a book, just a little quick pause, but I read a book, oh gosh, what was it? I forget the name of the book now. Maybe it was Alien Agenda, maybe not. Really weird book, but it was interesting. I think by an author named Morrison. He was a research author. I forget his name, but anyway, about these CIA projects to basically work on telekinesis and remote viewing, which I think they're going to mention in this article. They were very, very neck deep in the occult. But anyway, spanning over 50 years, Jacobson's tale takes us from the immediate post-war years of the CIA's experiments in the 1960s and 70s. The Defense Department, she tells us, began its own experiments in the 1980s and 90s before their final incarnation, Project Stargate, was finally decommissioned in 1995. Although Jacobson's book demonstrates an alarming pattern of government activity, the phenomenon themselves are what makes her book so fascinating and often troubling. My intention for this book, she writes, was not to prove or disprove anyone or any concept, but to report objectively on the government's long-standing interest in ESP and psychokinetic phenomenon. That being said, she cuts these charlatans a great deal of slack while subtly undermining their critics, creating a reading experience that's alternately frustrating and exhausting. And while she couldn't have predicted this before finishing the book, Phenomenon arrives at the beginning of a presidency that is thriving on conspiracy, distortion of fact, the discrediting of reliable sources, and outright paranoia. With the President of the United States quoting the National Enquirer as a legitimate news source, we're in desperate need of a thorough account of the overlap between the government and the occult. But given our current climate, such a book also requires greater moral clarity. The quest for extrasensory perception, an outgrowth of the 19th and early 20th century spiritualist movement, and begun in the 1930s, mainly with Duke University's parapsychology experiments conducted by J.B. Rhine. But in the wake of World War II, the U.S. government began looking for ways to influence and control human behavior. And in addition to traditional psychological tactics, attention increasingly turned to parapsychology as well. In the early 1950s, the Defense Department tasked Andrea Puharich with locating mushrooms that they believed might unlock psychic powers, a project the CIA was also working on under the codename Project MK Ultra. Hopefully you know about that. During this time, Puharich was also researching faith healers, though much of his early research is still classified by the Atomic Energy Commission. So the government was researching all these faith healers, all the false signs and wonders, all the Antichrist spirit. And of course, if you know, like for example, Catherine Kuhlman, I think she was around the 1920s, who started like the original word of faith, prosperity, faith healing kind of stuff. Because I think Benny Hinn was influenced by Catherine Coleman, and Catherine Coleman was a Jesuit operative, and she was working all kinds of false signs and wonders in the early 1900s, which I document in my Great Delusion series. But anyway, moving on. That's the charismatic movement is not the emphasis of this point, but you can see how all these things are interlapping. The devil was incredibly busy during the 1900s with false signs and wonders. Eventually, Puharich began exploring ESP and psychokinesis, and began researching test subjects who appeared to have psychic potential. Already well underway in the period immediately after World War II, this paranormal research was greatly accelerated after a woman named Ninal Kulagina appeared on Russian TV, beginning in the 1960s, moving objects with her mind. Kulagina's feats may well have been staged. U.S. analysts couldn't tell for sure, but she spooked them nonetheless, leading to a joint intelligence assessment by the Defense Department on the Soviet psychoenergetic threat. So the devil was playing both sides, and of course this was probably staged. Who knows? I'm guessing it was staged to get them to, go deeper into the occult and so on. Because remember, the Soviets were very heavily into the occult as well, just like the Nazis and everybody. Everybody was into this stuff, and they still are. Because much of this still remains classified, it's not always clear how high up these directives went, or who exactly was aware in all cases of how much energy was being spent on this nonsense. The picture that does emerge, though, is that a Cold War government terrified that the Soviet Union was developing an edge in any technology, be it normal or paranormal, and one willing to throw money at just about anywhere so long as it meant staying ahead of the Russians. The threat of an ESP gap led to a staggering number of bizarre programs in the ensuing years. In addition to the mind-sniffing dogs and mushroom research, there were lengthy and repeated attempts to prove that humans could communicate telepathically. When the nuclear submarine USS Nautilus became the first vessel to reach the North Pole by traveling under the polar ice caps, a sailor on board was attempting to send ESP messages using Zener cards, the ubiquitous black and white cards with simple images like a square, a circle, a plus sign, a star, or a set of wavy lines, to a receiver at a Westinghouse facility in Friendship, Maryland. One report stated that its success rate was a 75% success rate. Once it hit the press, though, the Navy claimed it was a hoax. One of the most popular and long-running experiments concerning remote viewing. Individuals would sit in locked rooms and attempt to see events from far away. Sometimes these individuals were natural psychics, but as the program grew, the Defense Department attempted to prove that ability could be developed in otherwise normal individuals. Now, do you remember, really quick pause, in the book of Acts where the woman who has a spirit, and she's very successful financially because the spirit is divining information for her? This is what's happening, folks. And they're communing with spirits in these programs using drugs and rituals and things like that to basically get in touch with the spirit world. Much of this was focused on military intelligence gathering, but one researcher, Ed Dames, used taxpayer money to direct supposed psychics to look for evidence of UFOs, to locate the lost city of Atlantis and the Ark of the Covenant, and to watch gladiator games in ancient Rome. When Marine Lieutenant Colonel William Higgins was kidnapped by Hezbollah in 1988, the Defense Department brought in Dames, along with psychics Angela Della Fiora and Paul Smith, to see if they could remotely locate where he was being held. While other agencies were working through traditional surveillance and intelligence gathering mechanisms, Della Fiora told her handlers that Higgins was still alive and confidently pointed to a bare patch of desert on a map of Lebanon, where she said he was being held. She then said he was being moved constantly, that he was being held on water, and that something about his feet should be a clue to investigators. Subsequent reports would reveal that Higgins was actually dead. Hezbollah would later release a video of Higgins' corpse with a noose around his neck. Though investigators determined he'd been killed much earlier, his body kept on ice for months. Della Flora's claims are typical of the kind of evidence that runs through Phenomena, the book that this lady wrote. She provided no actionable intelligence and was wrong about the most salient question of whether or not Higgins was still alive. But researchers determined that he hadn't been hanged because of the position of his feet in the video, pointing outwards rather than down, as would have been the case had he been hanged. And her reference to Higgins being on water could have been taken to refer to the ice that his body was kept on. So all of this could somehow be taken as a sign of success. For decades, researchers used half-successes like this to justify their attempts to prove individuals could see events far away and provide useful intelligence. Jacobson offers a few cases of surprising success, which might lead one to believe that there is something to remote viewing, but without any sense of how many failures accompany these successes. Judging by the length of the programs, they must have numbered in the thousands. It's hard to gauge whether or not these were just random luck. Unlike dogs sniffing for landmines, humans see only what they want to see. Reading through Jacobson's cavalcade of experiments and government officials, the recurrent theme is one of longing. A longing for something greater, something beyond the everyday, something more wonderful. Their stories are of ordinary individuals with promising careers who fell to the siren song of pseudoscience. Men like Dale Graff, who had an out-of-body experience while saving his wife from drowning in Hawaii in 1969. The experience led him to give up his PhD in aeronautical engineering because he believed there were pursuits beyond the confines of orthodox science that had greater significance and should be taken on. Graff would go on to be a leading researcher of remote viewing projects at the Air Force, chasing false positives and statistical noise in search of proof that psychic powers existed. I think there's some more here. This is Uri Geller bending a spoon. They've been doing this stuff for ages, folks. You cannot separate the occult from the government, from quote-unquote science, and from all these authority figures. Her discussion of the spoon-bending parties of Jack Hook is a good case in point. Hook was an aerospace engineer who believed that, quote, the ability to bend metal had something to do with one's belief system. Perhaps psychokinesis was not so-called paranormal superpower, but an ability to harness the energy force the Chinese called qi that was latent in all people. This is an aerospace engineer telling you his driving spirituality. Hook held parties at his house with a high-energy environment of excitement, with people holding spoons and shouting, "Bend!" According to Hook, in one 1981 party, 19 out of the 21 spoons bent. A careful use of the passive verb tense to suggest that they did this somehow of their own accord. Jacobson goes on to write that, quote, Hook watched hundreds, then thousands of average Americans suspend their disbelief and bend metal without physical force. Yes, it's likely some percentage of the guests cheated, but hundreds of them bent hacksaw blades, silver-plated serving spoons, and 5 16-inch steel rods that are physically impossible to bend by hand. Perhaps a YouTube video of one of Hook's parties shows a tent revival-esque atmosphere and a lot of people physically bending spoons by hand while shouting "bend." If you Google spoon bending, you'll yield far more tutorials from magicians and sleight of hand experts on how to do this simple stage trick than you will videos purporting to capture the real thing. As for the hacksaw blades and steel rods, well, any stage magician will tell you a few audience plants can go a long way. After all, Hook was out to make money from this shtick. Penn and Teller are among many magicians who've debunked Hook's spoon bending, though they're not mentioned here. So hucksters, false prophets, false teachers, leading people astray with all sorts of things. Occultists, nothing new. And then there's Uri Geller, who looms large in these pages. A former Israeli paratrooper, Geller rose to fame in the late 1960s performing stage shows that he insisted were not staged and that demonstrated instead a real magic that he himself did not fully understand. After becoming famous for the same spoon-bending sham that Hook favored, Geller was approached by Andrea Puharich in the summer of 1971 with an offer to come to the United States to further test his powers in a laboratory setting. Geller worked with Puharich, the astronaut Edgar Mitchell, and other in the... I think Edgar Mitchell was a Freemason, but we'll find out later. We'll confirm that. And others in the development of the Defense Department's remote viewing labs, before going on to make millions dousing for oil corporations in the 1980s. Most recently, he brought his spoon-bending talent to a Kellogg corporate cereal ad campaign. While magicians like James Randi repeatedly demonstrated the ways in which Geller's supposed feats could be easily staged, he continued to dazzle his government handlers. And they were buying it up and doing all sorts of things. So you had Kabbalists, you had false teachers, false prophets, all this occult going on with the U.S. government. So what do we take from this? Well, we take that the U.S. government was and still is heavily involved in the occult. The CIA experiments that they had with psychedelics, LSD, mushrooms, like remote viewing, doing MK Ultra on people, programming people, they're still doing this stuff today, folks. And the U.S. government has been involved in this for quite a long time, including the space program. People are aware of these things today because we have the internet and people have researched all these things and we see all the false flags. But these things have been going on for decades. Michael Aquino was very influential in the development of the PSYOPs program and all these types of things. And he was a disciple of the high priest of Satan in the United States. Remember Operation Paperclip? All the Nazis were all into the occult and they got imported into the United States. The Soviets were also into the occult and were competing with the occultists in the United States, and so on and so forth. All these engineers and astronomers and physicists were into mysticism, into the occult. They were full on into it or just very deceived in some way or another. Maybe they were atheists and they were deceived that way, or they were very into the occult spirituality like Carl Sagan, like Niels Bohr, and so on and so forth. The occult ideas drove the development of the space programs, both in the Soviet Union, with the Nazis too. They were doing some rocket research, and of course, eventually that got imported into the United States, and eventually into NASA. Because at the heart of this is the forbidden fruit of godhood and man ascending to be like God. And of course, because the false prophet, the United States, America has a secret destiny, right? To promote the beast and to work all these false signs. The devil moved all of these things and condensed them ultimately into the United States. You need a false cosmology for the delusion to seem real. Because if you have a real cosmology, i.e. the earth is what the Bible tells you, it points to God. There's no way to get around that. That you have an enclosure and there's local light sources, there's nowhere to go, God is above, just like the Bible tells you. It proves the creator. And so you need a false cosmology to justify the forbidden fruit, to justify the New Age religion, to justify the mystery religion coming into the forefront again and manifesting itself. You need that. It's fundamental. That's why this lie, number one, has been so well crafted, as you can see. So much satanic activity has gone into creating heliocentrism and establishing it and denigrating anybody who questions it, like an idiot. Oh, what are you, like some, fool that you think that the earth is flat? And just so much animosity because it is the bedrock for justifying the forbidden fruit, for justifying ecumenism, New Age, spirituality, everything that we're talking about and we're going to talk about is justified by heliocentrism. Once that doesn't work anymore, once that comes crashing down, a lot of deceptions come and crash down to the wayside. You cannot break into God's throne room. That's never going to happen, folks. They tried with the Tower of Babel. They tried with the New World Order before the flood. You're not going to be like God. You're not going to take God's power. You're not going to break into God's throne room. You're not going to come into God's presence forcefully. You're not. You're going to be destroyed is what's going to happen. But these people believe that they can be like God. Now, let's talk about Wolfgang Pauli. We mentioned him previously, Pauli. He was a physicist, but this article is about him and Carl Jung and how they were both very interested in the occult. Now, I think it did not save my highlights. Let's see. I think I just had a few questions I was going to read off of this one. But anyway, why two geniuses delved into the occult? This is from newscientist.com, and it's dated April of 2009. In his latest book, Deciphering the Cosmic Number, historian of science Arthur Miller investigates the bizarre friendship between quantum physics pioneer Wolfgang Pauli and famed psychoanalyst Carl Jung. Together, the two great thinkers delved into mysticism, numerology, and alchemy in their quest to understand the universe and themselves. Miller tells New Scientist about this experience writing the book. Let's see. The question was, what was the most interesting thing you discovered? I was amazed that each considered the other's work to be of equal importance. For Jung, quantum physics, and for Pauli, Jung's analytical psychology with its emphasis on alchemical symbols, numbers, and myths, as well as Eastern religion and philosophy. The two sat for hours on end in Jung's Gothic-like mansion on the shores of Lake Zurich, dining on fine foods, drinking vintage wine, and smoking the finest cigars, while discussing topics from physics and whether there is a cosmic number at the root of the universe to psychology, ESP, UFOs, Armageddon, Jesus, Yahweh, and Pauli's dreams. Theirs was a journey into the mind, as Jung put it. With Pauli, he could enter into the no man's land between physics and psychology of the unconscious, the most fascinating yet darkest hunting ground. Oh my goodness. A little pop-up there. Let's see, where were we? the most fascinating yet darkest hunting ground of our times. Why were two such great scientists drawn to these occult ideas? Even as a boy, Jung found himself drawn to the occult. This would become the root of his break with Freud. Unlike Freud, Jung was interested in aspects of the unconscious that could not be attributed to an individual's personal development, but derived from the deeper, non-personal realms common to humankind, the collective unconscious, whose contents he called archetypes. Jung came to realize that understanding the collective unconscious involved using images and symbols from alchemy and myth. As a graduate student, Pauli became interested in the 17th century scientist and mystic Johannes Kepler. Reading Kepler convinced him that finding universal laws of nature required going beyond science as it is ordinarily defined. Pauli turned to Jung for help in response to a life-threatening crisis in 1932. Psychoanalysis with Jung led him to believe that alchemy and mysticism were the means to open up his mind, to increase his creativity and understand what drove him. Jung showed Pauli that symbols from alchemy were the key to why he experienced so much angst in discovering the exclusion principle in 1924, and why his angst had to do with his neurosis. Throughout the rest of his life, Pauli saw his research through the lens of Jung's analytic psychology. This was the case in his work towards CPT symmetry on parity violation and his final crusade with Heisenberg towards a unified field theory of elementary particles. So, what does this article and interview tell you? That one of the influential people in quantum physics and quantum mechanics was driven by alchemical occult mysticism ideas to formulate his view of reality, which of course these things are not true. And we will debunk them in a future section of this presentation. But nevertheless, consistent theme, isn't it? From the very beginning all the way to the very end, you can see that every person is guided along by the devil through all these mystery religion principles, whether it's alchemy or secret societies or Freemasonry, it doesn't matter. They're serving the beast and they're serving the devil. And ultimately, the devil is creating and weaving his final tapestry of deception with all of these poorly deceived souls that were very off the narrow path. Now, let's talk about Nassim Haramein. If you don't know who that is, he's an example I decided to pull up because when I was in the New Age, he was very influential to me. Of course, I reject his teachings now, but Nassim Haramein, if you don't know who that is, you'll learn today. He's quite popular. He claims to have found a unified, law of physics and so on. I don't know if he's legitimately a physicist or I'm not clear. He claims to be a physicist, a doctor in physics, but either way, he's very new agey. He's very mystical. He's all about the quantum world and quantum mysticism, very much into Kabbalah, sacred geometry, dualism. And he even sells I don't know if he still does. He used to sell a high vibrational crystal called the arc crystal that supposedly structures water. And I read the research on it and I bought one for myself. And don't judge, I think I returned it in the end. But anyway, he's very influential and he has influenced a lot of people on social media and, people like in the space like Gaia, if you know what that is, that's a very new agey platform of content. So he's very influential. And I'm using him as an example to show you that there's nothing new under the sun, that this trend of occultism and science has continued even into the modern day. There's no such thing. You cannot separate heliocentrism and modern quantum physics from sorcery and from occult and alchemy. So this is his website. He used to be at a website called Resonance Academy or something like this, and I think he got rid of that, and now it's International Space Federation, which is even more woo-woo to me. But unifying technology, unifying education, unifying physics. So it's all about unifying the world, unifying everybody under this common idea. If there's the field, like the ether, but no, he doesn't call it the ether, but the universal energy field, and we can all tap into it. And here's the physics behind it. And so all the New Agers are loving him because he's bringing all of these old ideas to light with physics, with, of course, just conjecture. It's not really physics. This is, let's see, because there's a couple websites that I pulled up. Yeah, this is Resonance Academy, Resonance Science Foundation on YouTube. 42,000 subscribers, 370 videos. So he's got quite a bit of, he does a lot of unified science review, unified science. That's their thing, is unified science. And pushing for look, you can see the 6-pointed star. Here's the little arc crystal. You can see it actually. Let me see. There you go. See how that looks? That is, I'm wondering if they still sell that arc crystal, because this was like a crystal that was shaped like this, and it was in like a metal container. Supposedly, it's just all this fancy stuff. It's just religious mumbo jumbo, really. New Age stuff. But you can see, he's very much also kind of like a false Christ. Like this guy with long hair, beard, and he's very peaceful looking, and he's very joyful and enlightened and bringing you to the light and all this. It's just, the New Agers are gobbling this up. And of course, again, I'm guilty of it too, so I don't judge anybody, but sacred geometry, monadic geometry. So he's very popular. And just an example to show you that there's nothing new under the sun. This is from Facebook. This is his page on Facebook, International Space Federation, 982,000 followers. A lot of stuff there about all the quantum nonsense that everybody's into these days. So very influential, and yet he's deceiving people. So let's read. This is from Morton Tobel, who I believe is a scientist, some sort of physical sciences person, but he's critiquing Nassim Haramein. This is a critique of Nassim Haramein. On his website, Nassim Haramein presents himself in the third person like this. Nassim Haramein, let's see, when this article was written, has spent over 30 years researching and discovering connections in physics, mathematics, geometry, cosmology, quantum mechanics, biology, chemistry, as well as anthropology and ancient civilizations, bringing all the secret knowledge back to you. These studies led Haramein to groundbreaking theories, published papers, and patent inventions in unified physics, which are now gaining worldwide recognition and acceptance. Haramein's findings are focused on fundamental geometry of space and that connects us all, from the quantum and molecular scale to the cosmological objects in the universe. In Haramein's paper, Quantum Gravity and the Holographic Mass, a prediction of the charge radius of the proton was confirmed with greater accuracy than any other theoretical framework. An experiment performed in 2013 by a team of scientists at the Paul Scheller Institute confirmed the prediction. In 2004, Haramein founded the Resonance Project Foundation, now the Resonance Science Foundation, and I think now it's probably the International Space Federation or whatever it was, where as the director of the research, he leads physicists, mathematicians, and engineers in exploring unification principles and their implications in our world today and for future generations. So very ecumenical, but let's keep going. In the fall of 2014, Haramein began the Resonance Academy Delegate Program, the first and only unified physics program of its kind, educating thousands of students from over 70 countries around the world. In 2015, Haramein opened a laboratory where he serves as the executive director of research and development. Here, Haramein leads teams of scientists and engineers applying his revolutionary theories and patents to resonance technologies that focus on vacuum energy and gravitational effects. Production of such technologies, like that arc crystal that I talked about, could provide indispensable energy and open up space exploration in a completely viable and safe manner. The Connected Universe, a feature-length documentary film, was produced based on Haramein's discoveries and their potential for generations to come. So, Haramein, excuse me, I've been talking for quite a lot, but Haramein is very much the false prophet, or not the false prophet, but a false prophet. The false prophet figure is what I wanted to say. He's the kind of person that brings you the false light, brings you all these solutions, all these world solutions that we have through a unified view of physics and energy, and we all can relate to these things, and we can come into a common mindset. Very much so. And also, he's being propped up. You notice he has a lot of money to do these things. This is very interesting because you wonder where that he gets all this money. But anyway, going on now to the critique. Nassim Haramein is a Swiss amateur physicist. He claims to have developed in collaboration with academic but fringe physicist Elizabeth Rauscher a unified field theory that he claims is the Haramein-Rauscher metric. Elizabeth Rauscher is an American physicist and parapsychologist. She is a former researcher with the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, and Stanford Research Institute and NASA. In 1975, Rauscher co-founded the Berkeley Fundamental Physics Group, an informal group of physicists who met weekly to discuss quantum mysticism and the philosophy of quantum physics. Nothing new under the sun. And she's connected to NASA, he's connected to her, etc., etc. David Kaiser argued in his book, How the Hippies Saved Physics, that this group helped to nurture ideas which were unpopular at the time, within the physics community, but which later, in part, formed the basis of quantum information science. Rauscher has an interest in psychic healing and faith healing and other paranormal claims. You're starting to see some threads that are running through all these people. According to Harriman, this metric is a new solution to Einstein's field equations that incorporates torque and Coriolis effects. Well, what if the Coriolis effect that we looked at is wrong? What if Einstein was wrong? What if all this is wrong, folks? What if it's wrong? And don't be intimidated by all the scientific language. What if it's just wrong? But just entertain the idea that maybe these people who seem to be so smart, seem to be so above you in scientific knowledge and prowess, that maybe they're just deceivers. He is also the founder of the Hawaii Institute for Unified Physics and the Resonance Project, a website and foundation addressing his unified physics. Tried to have a look at the website. It sounds very professional, right? But here you ought to be aware of Harriman as a pseudoscientific storyteller, consciously using online medias to spread stories. We will go into this as the article progresses. Despite his own claims, Harriman's work is unacknowledged by mainstream physicists. The only people who take him seriously tend to be fans of Coast to Coast AM, where he has appeared on several occasions. Selections from his talks are available on YouTube. Many of his papers can be downloaded from his own website. Apparently, he doesn't even get his stuff onto XIV, Cornell University Library. A number of authors have voiced concern over the lack of transparency in the RZIV academic peer review process. Philip Gibbs pointed out that moderators can reject papers for a wide range of reasons in a closed process where often the justification for rejection is not given. Gibbs further states, quote, "I used to wonder why so few references to papers on VXRA appeared on ARXIV until one author forwarded me an email from ARXIV moderator in which he was asked to remove a citation for a paper on VXRA to allow acceptance of his submission." So basically just academic gatekeeping. And this is very common today. Again, education and science is not immune from corruption, folks. It's not an objective source of authority. The Bible is. Further controversy characterizes ARZIV as a shadow journal. Demetrios Christopoulos from the National and Cappadostrian University of Athens likens RZIV to a non-declared journal without a known editor-in-chief, without a specific written policy regarding submitted papers, and that applies hidden censorship to all papers that do not fall within established scientific dogma. In that, let's see if we can go a little bit bigger. In that connection, it is important as you try to understand all the incredible fake scientific material you'll find on New Age pages, to be aware of an equal amount of fake publishing in such shadow journals. See the Matrix Dictionary entry on Predator Open Access Publishing. On the internet, you will hear a lot of stuff about Harriman and his published papers. You'll hear that he has won prizes, that he's been nominated for the Nobel Prize. The Nobel Prize we're still waiting for. His claim to fame is, of course, his, quote, award-winning paper on the Schwarzschild proton he claims was awarded to him by the University of Liège. Under closer scrutiny, however, the truth is not so cut and dried. This award was not sanctioned by the university at all. Rather, it was awarded by the participants of a conference held at Liège. Moreover, the participants in the conference were not even physicists. So this award was not prestigious at all, but rather a diploma for attending a conference in Liège, as these participants had no authority to grant him this award. Concerning prizes, it is also important to notice that there are also pseudoscientific shadow institutions that give prizes for the work of pseudoscientists. Everything is possible on the internet. As with fake published papers, you also ought to be aware of fake titles. Now, I'm going to keep going, but I want you, the reason I picked this out is so you can see how the devil works, folks. In this modern day and age, whether this person, Nassim Harriman, is a Jesuit or a secret operative or a secret society member or whatever other thing he is, this is what they do. They prop people up just like they did with Einstein. They put some journals, put some papers, some reviews, and then pretty soon he's a god of science that people are listening to, and he's propped up in media, and he's given some money for projects, and the culture is shaped. Whether he's going to be legitimized or not doesn't matter. These people don't care. They use these people to shape the culture. For example, unrelated but kind of related, Benny Hinn, what's his name? The Goblin. Oh gosh, I forget his name now. The goblin-looking guy. But anyway, you know what I'm talking about. The K. It starts with a K. Kenneth Copeland. Benny Hinn, Joyce Meyer, all these people are totally getting discredited now. They've been exposed as totally antichrist, but they did their job. They did their job to create a wave so that the next generation, like Life Surge, like, the rallies, the Great Awakening rallies that Flynn was leading, all of this new thing, this new cute, charismatic, fresh-faced NAR crowd is picking up from the previous antichrists and running with a baton. Again, everything has an expiration date in terms of Satan's activity. So he has to constantly pass the baton to somebody else. And this is what happens. In terms of science, you can see that these people are propped up and they're given a platform. They're given all these, media outlets and ways to promote their views. And it's all just a fraud. It's just one big smoke and mirror fraud. And if you understand a little bit of science, you can understand that these people are just frauds, peddling a false cosmology based on smoke and mirrors, on nothing, because it's false. But anyway, this is a great example of other people in history in the last 100 years, and also currently, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's also very popular. So you will hear him being backed up by an enormous amount of very scientific-sounding websites and articles which credibility is highly questionable when looking closer at them. If you look closer, you'll soon find out that all these scientists who has knowledge within the fields all see Haramind as a scam. But you'll also hear his supporters say that the critique is due to a conspiracy, which seeks to suppress the truth, or that it is due to what happens during a paradigm shift. You'll hear expressions such as cutting-edge science is commonly being censored or ridiculed by a more rigid, dogmatic, and closed scientific culture. That's right, we're going from dark to light, folks. Remember, science was... Sorry to take another break here, but science was atheistic for a little while, just like government was atheistic on purpose so that it could come back to a religious government and come back to the beast. Science was atheistic, and it's coming back through people like this to this ancient spirituality of science and spirituality being one and one. I think I'm going... Ah! Okay, I think I'm done sneezing. But anyway, science and spirituality, counterfeit spirituality, are coming back. So it doesn't matter that Nassim Haramein is being discredited by other scientific people, because those people are going to get subsumed in the new thing either way. His role is to shape the culture, and to shape the culture with all this quantum, new agey, mystical stuff, and he's done his job. So that's the point. Such critique is inspired by the postmodern intellectualism behind the New Age. Wikipedia articles about Haramein have been repeatedly deleted. On the above description of Haramein on his website, you can see that his name, the two first words of his description, is still linked to a non-existing Wikipedia page. Like Robert Lanza, Haramein seems to be very interested in having his name on Wikipedia. Unlike Robert Lanza, he hasn't figured out Lanza's trick of creating his own Wikipedia page, which only figures on his own website, complete with the Wikipedia logo. Have a look, and there's a link there. Lanza also has a theory of everything, though his theory is focused on biology, not physics. But the most obvious reason why Wikipedia's article has been deleted could be that Haramein has had people, followers, to write the articles, and that outsiders have contributed with critique, because that's part of how Wikipedia functions. Either Wikipedia itself has deleted it because of the insider job, or Haramein has deleted it due to critique. But I don't know. This is just guesses. The fact is that Haramein refers to a Wikipedia page that doesn't exist. There are two things that it seems Haramein does time and again that I feel nobody with any integrity should ever do. Number one, he misunderstands the most basic ideas of physics in video presentations and interviews and presents papers that are flawed throughout. Number two, and at the same time, he claims to have insights into the problems that the top physicists in the world are currently working on and to be solving fundamental issues in physics. For me, anyone who can do both of these things, whether it's deliberate or not, is acting irresponsibly and is misleading people. Surely if anyone is suggesting such a view of Haramein and giving sound reasons for it, it should be taken seriously. Is he blind enough to actually believe he has proven something, or is he deliberately misleading people? That's a good question, isn't it? I don't know. It's really puzzling me. Because there is no doubt that Haramein is a very talented communicator. It's clear that he's learned some very interesting facts and is eager to share them. But there are some very serious questions about his understanding and his integrity. Anyway, if you don't have any insight into physics and mathematics, you won't have a chance to look through Haramein's pseudo-scientific house of cards. But to our luck, there is a blog called Up, which has more insight into mathematics than I, and which debunks the more technical details of Haramein. What I, on that background, can conclude is that Haramein is a practicing pseudo-mathematician. Mathemagician, really, and weaving magical spells with math. Haramein claims that his theory explains the origin of spin, which he defines as a space-time torque. He claims that his amendment to Einstein's field equations incorporating torque and Coriolis effects in plasma dynamics, interacting with a polarized geometric structure vacuum, produces a unified field theory. Now, if you understand what any of that means, 10 points, but it's nonsense. Further, he and Dr. Rauscher have developed a scaling law of organized matter, which characterizes all matter from subatomic to galactic and universal sizes as various sized black holes. Again, worshipping nothing. Everything is a black hole to them that generates life, which black hole is nothing but destruction in theory. But I don't think these things exist. His unified field theory and the fractals associated with his scaling law are integral to his concept of a holographic universe. There's also something in here that uses the real field of cymatics to support his idea of resonance. So really quick pause. A lot of things that seem very complicated. His idea is that the proton is actually compiled of these, countless little teeny tiny black holes that are vacuum energy. And of course, there's this vibrating medium in all things. And at the heart of this vibrating medium in all things is actually these tiny black holes that are really interdimensional portals and portals of death, really, mini portals of death. It's so confounded. It is so confounded, dressed up in math and science. But where do you think he got that idea from? Going back on all of these people who were occultists and mystics and studying the Kabbalah, where do you think he gets these ideas from? He gets them from those texts. And it influences his perception. Just like all these people, when they were doing their experiments, they were praying to Pan or studying their books or reading their occult books, and it was guiding their experiments. Same thing with this. There's nothing new under the sun. Don't let the scientific language intimidate you and make you feel like, oh gosh, maybe there's something here I don't know. You don't have to know this stuff. The point is that this is just scientific gobbledygook, and it's being presented to you as the truth. Of course, this is exposing it, which is good, but moving on. Drawing on the aforementioned Haramein-Rauscher metric, Haramein proposes the Schwarzschild proton, a theoretical model of the proton in which two black holes orbit one another. Has this ever been proven? This is just math. This is nonsense. It may sound impressive, but it's almost entirely inconsistent with experimental observation. Anyone with even a basic knowledge of quantum mechanics knows that classical orbits do not apply at the scales addressed in this paper. As mentioned, the blog titled Up ran a number of posts debunking the Schwarzschild proton model. The paper describing the model is available for download from his website. Now, the Schwarzschild proton paper has been debunked. Haramein claims to have published a new paper, Quantum Gravity and the Holographic Mass, in the Physical Review and Research International Journal at Science Domain International. We have already looked at the problem with the predator open accessing publishing. When we look closer, we find out that the Physical Review and Research International Journal is in fact not a scientific journal, but an open peer-reviewed website where anyone can pay a fee and have their research, quote-unquote, peer-reviewed, quote-unquote, and then published, quote-unquote, on their website. In other words, a fake journal. But wait, there is much more to Haramein. Haramein was featured prominently in the conspiracy theory movie Thrive, where he discusses the fundamental shape of the fabric of space, as well as potential extraterrestrial involvement with Earth throughout history. So he's an ancient alien proponent. He's very much into New Age stuff, and people love him. These New Age people love him, and promoting his pseudoscience to this mystery religion coming into the ages. Furthermore, Haramein directed and stars in The Black Hole, spelled W-H-O-L-E, a 2011 documentary-type movie starring Haramein, and his vacuum is the key to everything. So nothingness, which is a Eastern mystical concept like nirvana, where you come into nothingness, and the Ein Sof of the Kabbalah, the nothingness that expanded into everything. The vacuum is the key to everything. This is a Kabbalistic spiritual belief system. It's a paradigm. It's dressed up in science and equations and proton models and theories and pseudoscientific calculations, but it is a Kabbalistic view. And he loves the Kabbalah. You can see his posts. This movie is, surprise, surprise, featured on the New Age propaganda website, Gaia.com. Let's see. In the movie, he addresses the little he understands of quantum mechanics, the phi ratio, tetrahedrons, symmetries, and the structure of the vacuum, and of course black holes, which according to Haramain are everywhere and everything. We are constantly appearing and disappearing at the speed of light, so half of the time we are a vacuum made of blocks of 64 tetrahedrons arranged in such a way that a mini black hole is created right at the center of each block, thus providing that we all have 4 sides. Now again, how are you ever going to prove any of this? Oh, what you see is not reality. What you see is actually, you're actually phasing in out of existence, at the speed of light. So you can't tell, but it's happening. It's happening at the speed of light. And you have this 4-dimensional, black hole structure that you're phasing. I mean, it's just such nonsense. And of course, when you have no discernment, and I speak firsthand with this because I was very deceived by these things. I was enamored with Nassim Haramein and all these New Agers doing, quasi pseudoscience because I didn't have discernment and I didn't have the correct knowledge of the cosmology that we live in. And as a result, these things seemed incredibly seductive. And of course, the science, okay, sure, I guess that's how it works. Man, you look like a scientist, you seem like a scientist, and you're sure very charismatic. Must be that. Moving on. The puzzling issue here is, as mentioned, not so much that he got something wrong, but that he is, with all his obvious knowledge about mathematics and physics, capable of presenting a theory in all seriousness that gives results that are so far from reality without even stopping to notice. If you're trying to present a theory that's supposed to represent reality, surely you would ensure that you understand what your answers mean and take every opportunity to compare them with the real world. But Haramein's pseudoscience goes far beyond the difficult pseudo-mathematics and quantum mysticism. In his DVD box set, Haramein discusses, in addition to his unified field theory, topics including the Ark of the Covenant, the Knights Templar, Emmanuel's tomb, Kabbalah, and something he calls the Tree of Life Decoded. Ding, 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 ding. In at least one lecture, Haramein claims to decode crop circles. Haramein is therefore a favorite on Gaia.com, which is overfilled with pseudo-scholarship. So, my goodness, what a mouthful for that one. But conclusion, Nassim Haramein is like a modern Einstein. He appears like this genius. He's got these crazy seductive ideas that come out of just nowhere. And oh my gosh, he's totally shaking things up. And really, it's just occultism being repackaged, and he's probably being platformed by his handlers, very, very likely. He's very popular, and I cited him as an example of 3 reasons. Number 1, that heliocentrism and quantum nonsense is not divorceable from the occult. As you can hopefully see by now, and we're going to see some more, and later in the future section on quantum nonsense, you're going to see that all of this is just occult sorcery, packaged with math and misappropriating actual math, like wave mechanics, to their nonsense theories to try to make it work. That's number 1, to see that the occult is not divorceable from science, from modern cosmological science. It's not. You cannot divorce the two. I'm sorry, you can't. We've looked at so many examples and we still have yet some more to look at. And so hopefully you've seen that pattern by now. Number 2 is that the modern day false prophet that the United States is deceiving many into a unified way of thinking, a global way of thinking, which of course is being done by, number 3, little mini false prophets like Nassim Haramein and all these scientists, quote unquote, that are deceiving people into this common mindset. Everything has to be a piece of the pie. And the ultimate mosaic that the devil is constructing is people marveling after the beast and accepting the beast's mark. In order to do that, there needs to be many components to the mosaic. And a big component is heliocentrism and quantum thinking, bringing the new age, which is really the old age, back into culture and creating this cosmological way of thinking about the world as a globe in space. And we have to go to space and we have to have a unified world government in order to do that, and so on and so forth. So all of these things are exemplified in Nassim Haramein. Hopefully you see that. Who knows if he's a Jesuit or a secret society member? I don't know. I'm not making any claims. I would not be surprised. Let me just put it that way. I would not be surprised. But certainly he must have handlers. And at the very least, his handler is the devil and he's being deceived because he's peddling the forbidden fruit. Just like all of these people. Some of his theories and how they relate to the occult are the theory of the black hole, white hole. Like the black hole supposedly has a white hole in somewhere else in space-time and that is putting out matter all the time. So black holes suck in matter, white holes push them out. This is duality and dualism and Kabbalistic duality. His theory of the vacuum energy, which is basically everything's little tiny black holes and we're phasing it out of existence. And fundamentally, really, it's just a vacuum at the end, meaning nothingness. Meaning glorifying nothing as the source of life, which is just the opposite of the truth. It's just glorifying death. He uses a lot of sacred geometry, Kabbalistic ideas. He talks about the Kabbalah you saw on his DVD set. He sells crystals that are supposedly magical crystals that structure water, and there's research about it. And I've read the research, and it was interesting. That's why I got the crystal, but I think I returned it because it was super expensive. But either way, this is pseudoscience. It's pseudoscience. I even asked him, I said, how do you measure, what are you measuring with this crystal? Well, the measurements can't be measured by instruments. They're bioresonant measurements. They're measured by very fine-tuning biological processes in your body. So you have to just kind of see how you feel. And of course, that means you're expecting to feel better. And so you're projecting that result into your life. It's just total pseudoscience. And of course, now he has the International Space Federation, which I don't know what that's about. I haven't followed it, but obviously it's very popular. So I want to read to you a paper now by a man named Dr. Oleg Bishkov, which is a very, very good paper. And it's interesting because it reflects a lot of the stuff that we're talking about in this particular section. Let's see if I can expand it maybe. And especially after just exposing Nassim Haramein, it's very appropriate. It's called Science as Myth. In what ways is science mythological? Number 1, underlying theory construction. Just as mythology, science attempts to create a coherent underlying worldview, which is clearly not possible at almost any state of knowledge. Therefore, this task, which clearly cannot be completed, is mythological. We need it for some reason, which is not apparent in science itself. What is mythological? Constructing a mythological type narrative, the underlying general models are non-scientific in nature. Examples: looking for coherence and symmetry in all physical theories, which leads to the following unreflected and mythological pictures: the membrane universe, dark energy, dark matter, accounting for less mass and energy, the concept of mental force in neuroscience, and so on and so forth. Number 2, faithfulness to tradition. Just as mythology, science holds on to its belief traditions, is emotionally evolved with them, and holds its core assumptions as authoritative and true, while this cannot always be demonstrated. What is mythological? Examples: a non-scientific adherence to materialism or scientism, to the exclusion of spiritualism or mysticism. Given what we know about matter, it is not clear if there is any real difference between spiritual and material, nor is there a real reason why we cannot pursue spiritual models. Number 3, ritualistic nature. The perceived value of science and faithfulness to traditions results in self-propagating patterns of research and technology. Remember all those people, the occultists, were motivated for their research by all this occult stuff? Which is reminiscent of creating ritualistic behavior models in mythology. A perceived need is created to follow a pattern. What is mythological? It is not always clear why we need to follow this pattern. The benefits often cannot be demonstrated. Science may or may not be beneficial, and we are doing this often not because the reasons are perfectly clear. Science and research is simply assumed to be intrinsically valuable in itself, whether it really is or not. Examples: spending a lot of money on research of all aspects of reality before knowing why it's beneficial. Spending money on research in order to achieve specific imagined results. How can we do this and why not to do this and so on, without knowing clear benefits or if it is even possible. Research and technology generates more research and technology, and instead of providing us with what we need, starts to suggest to us what we need, like various gadgets and so on, while no real reason always exists. That's right. And this is another commentary, but you have to understand that the development of technology, of everything that we have today with phones and computers and gadgets, has been completely to serve the beast's agenda of being worshipped at the end. That's the development of this technology. It's not that suddenly people just discovered this amazing tool. No, they were in communion with demons, folks. And the devil and his demons and fallen principalities have been guiding the development of technology so that they could get the worship they want and that the worship that God has allowed them to have. And that's something to come to terms with. Now, God has used that for the good. He's using YouTube and Substack and all these technologies in your phone to show you these various truths through my videos. But nonetheless, these technologies have evolved from a tradition of mysticism and occultism, which ultimately, the ultimate end of that tradition is for the devil to be worshipped. Number 4, practical goals and purposes. Science shares its main goals and practical purposes with mythology, magic, and religion. The salvific nature of science, which allows us to control reality, achieve the complete well-being of humanity, satisfying our inner cravings and wishes for immortality, eternal youth, omnipotence, and being like gods. What is mythological? What is mythological? Does science really accomplish these goals any more than magic? And are these goals even valid or good for us? Examples: wonder drugs for everything, rejuvenation treatments, bionic humans, downloading brain contents into computers, space travel and expansion, so on. Mythological and religious themes in science: realizing our divine likeness, omnipotence, omniscience, a promise of perfection, genetic engineering, wonder drugs, a vision of paradise prophesied for the future, a threat of Armageddon prophesied for the future, nuclear weapons, dark to light, space exploration, the ascent of saintly beings into heaven, immortality, the artificial intelligence downloading one's brain into a computer, the promise of universal cures, genetic engineering, the general goal of salvation of humankind. So it's a counterfeit salvation. You cannot undo the Genesis curse, but this is what science provides for you. Science is created by God because we have an analytical mind, but science has been hijacked by the enemy for a very long time to promote a counterfeit salvation, to promote the forbidden fruit. How does science really work on us? Most scientific endeavors were started by theologians, religious people, or people with existing mythologies. Science follows most unconsciously. Scientists are unaware of this standard mythological pattern and mythologics. Social charter, Malinowski, just like an Aboriginal society uses myth to charter its institutions, so does science charter institutions and practices in Western society. Oppositions and mediation, Levi Strauss. Just like myths create an illusion of joining insurmountable oppositions by mediation, science seems to mediate between all problems and offer solutions to them. And by definition, that makes science an antichrist because it places itself between you and God. And people respect science as the authority and these science priests as the mediators that are giving you the knowledge. Incorporative mythologic, D. Turner. Just like myths of incorporative societies offer an illusory mediation or solution, science holds out a promise of solutions that cannot really work or cannot be achieved. Second order sign by Barths. Just like the other kinds of contemporary mythology, such as advertising, wrestling, and pop culture, science parasitizes on first-order images of good-looking, extremely fit, happy and healthy humans, happy couples and families, as well as images of human aspiration, such as paradisical existence, ideal society, free society, happy future, and even divine omnipotence, immortality, and salvation, and so forth. It distorts those images by adding the extra meaning. This is what we can achieve through science. Why does science and mythology need to be debunked? Unlike traditional mythologies, which help societies survive and merely establish social patterns and mental attitudes, scientific mythology is entangled with powerful socioeconomic forces, the capitalist system of production, and the powerful industrial complex. Thus, the danger of the distortions of meaning generated by scientific mythology is that when it is used by the capitalist system and has such unlimited access to material resources, hint, hint, NASA, it puts us on the wrong path of self-destruction, being lured by false mythological promises. Scientific mythology is thus not innocent and needs to be debunked and dismantled, just like false advertising in pop culture that fools us with illusory images of happiness. The immediate beneficiaries of science and mythology. Based on the illusory incorporative mythologic and the mythological religious mediation schemes, science lures us by promises of salvation, immortality, perfection. Yet the groups that immediately benefit from science are not humanity as a whole, but mostly the corporations and the rich 1%. They divert the efforts of scientists, naturally talented individuals who are excited in any sort of intellectual exploration of natural phenomenon, to study areas that humans do not really need. For example, space exploration, the promise, salvation, ascent into heaven, eternal life. Immediate beneficiaries, the military-industrial complex and telecommunications companies. New materials developed as a byproduct also benefit the military, construction, and manufacturing companies. Medical research, promise, immortality, eternal youth, divine beauty, divine perfection. Immediate beneficiaries, pharmaceutical companies and medical industries. Chemistry, promise, salvation, divine perfection. Immediate beneficiaries, big manufacturing companies, pharmaceuticals, plastics, households, and so on. Artificial intelligence and computers, promise, immortality, divine perfection. Immediate beneficiaries, consumer electronics and telecommunications companies. Number 2, drawbacks and problems of scientific mythology. The lofty goals of scientific mythology, such as happiness, immortality, salvation, godlike nature, of course, are never achieved. In fact, humans in highly industrialized societies become less happy, less healthy, and less mentally stable, but reliant on stimulants. At the same time, the constant striving for superhuman, which is true, by the way, the happiest people on the planet, on all these studies, are the ones that are in the more primitive places, that are just, working on their farm and having good relationships with one another and having their animals and so on, just the way God intended it to be. Anyway, at the same time, the constant striving for superhuman goals and beyond our limited earthly realm overtaxes our resources that are diverted into wrong directions, that are not immediately beneficial to the human race and are thus without return. Especially affected are third world countries and underprivileged minorities, making science into a mechanism of exploitation of the rest of humanity by the rich. Thus, such basic problems as poverty, hunger, disease, child mortality, and so forth have not been eliminated. Instruments of science, such as advanced weaponry, are often used directly to kill people in underdeveloped countries for political and economic gains. True. Case in point, Gaza. At the same time, overtaxing the resources of the planet led to an almost complete destruction of our environment. Yet skewing people's goals by false promises and illusory solutions actually leads humans further and further away from the truly salvific goals in material, social, and spiritual sense. Very good paper by Dr. Oleg Bishkov. Now, I don't know what his spiritual background, I don't know if he's a Christian or not, but he's definitely not a flat earther, that's for sure. And he's telling you all of these things that we've been talking about so far, that science has been weaponized by the enemy to basically promote the forbidden fruit of self-godhood. Science was never separate from spirituality. Remember that. God created both, and he created both as a way to glorify himself. Of course, the enemy hijacked that very early on and created a counterfeit gospel, a counterfeit salvation, a counterfeit path, right? Which of course doesn't lead anywhere, it leads you to death. But people are deceived, thinking that they can make it. And that's the deception. Because if you know the truth, you know that there's no immortal soul, you know that God is going to judge the earth, you know that God is omnipotent, that you're not the one who determines reality, then you realize, oh my gosh, I need to repent. And because I don't want to be destroyed. But these people are deceived into thinking that it's possible, and they're strung along with carrots and brought here and brought there, and the baton is passed throughout the generations, and eventually the world will marvel after the beast. Science was separated from spirituality in a couple hundred years ago, and of course, right now it's coming all back together through quantum, through the new age, through all of this mumbo-jumbo stuff that's happening through these pseudoscientific people like Nassim Haramein. Today, the mystery religion is coming to the surface. And part of the mystery religion, folks, remember, is alchemy and science and being like God and transforming reality. And all these technological marvels that supposedly give you the ability to control reality. Like, look at Amazon. I mean, just the fact that you could go online. My head hurts, that's why I'm adjusting this cap. This thing is super tight. But you can go online, literally, you could think of something. Oh, I want something. Order it on Amazon, comes to you in 24 hours. I mean, that is insane. That is insane. You're thinking of something and it's coming to you, of itself, sort of. Of course, other people are bringing it to you. But these technological marvels are designed to make us feel that we are gods. And this mystery religion idea that you can save yourself, synergistic salvation, self-godhood, ascension of man, being like God, this is coming into the forefront. And it's coming to the forefront not just through science, through counterfeit Christianity, which I've talked about quite a bit in my show, through all sorts of things. Today we're talking about how it's coming through science and how science has been corrupted by the enemy for a very long time. But again, when I say science here, I mean the narrative of science, the counterfeit. I don't mean actual science, doing scientific things. You should be doing scientific things, and you should be thinking scientifically, because science is good, it's fun. But science, as the industry of science, as the narrative of science, has been definitely corrupted, because it's become scientism, not true science, which is an investigation into the creation of God to glorify God. Whereas scientism is the counterfeit. It's the Antichrist that puts itself between you and God to be worshipped. Do you see the difference? True science is an investigation. It's the dance of life. You're dancing with all this beautiful stuff that God created and learning about it. I love science. I think it's profound to study the mechanics of a cell, or all of the things that we know about the earth and the ocean. The ocean's so profound. So profound. It's the true unknown. And then there is counterfeit science, like the one that we've been looking at with all these occultists, the heliocentric conspiracy, which puts itself in between you and God. And it says, no, look at me. Marvel at me. Look at all these Hubble telescope pictures, which are all CGI photoshopped. Look at me. Look at this. Marvel at that. Marvel at this. Don't marvel at God. Marvel at me. And of course, the end result of that is a one world order. Oh, we have a video now. I have a couple more. These are all going to be kind of pretty quick, I think. But I think this next one is a video of Stephen Hawking. Let's see. This is a quote before we get to it. This is from the Heliocentric, Heliosorcery, that documentary. It's a good one. But this is by Walter Leslie Wilmhurst, The Meaning of Masonry. This, the evolution of man into Superman, was always the purpose of the ancient mysteries. And the real purpose of modern masonry is not the social and charitable purposes to which so much attention is paid, but the expediting of the spiritual evolution of those who aspire to perfect their own nature and transform it into a more godlike quality. And this is a definite science, a royal art, which it is possible for each of us to put into practice, whilst to join the craft for any other purpose than to study and pursue this science is to misunderstand its meaning. So what is he telling you? He's telling you that the true purpose of masonry is to pursue the science of becoming like God, which of course is alchemy and secret knowledge. And unless you're pursuing it, then you're misunderstanding the point of masonry. Here's another one. Nice little evolution chart of monkey becoming man, then man becoming like God. Man who has sprung from the earth. This is the same person, Walter Wilmhurst, The Meaning of Masonry. Man who has sprung from the earth and developed through the lower kingdoms of nature to his present rational state has yet to complete his evolution by becoming a godlike being and unifying his consciousness with the omniscient, to promote which is and always has been the sole aim and purpose of all initiation. So this is the point of evolution, folks. If you believe that you came from a cell and evolved into a monkey and then evolved into whatever else and became a man, then that means it stands to reason that you keep getting better. And what's ahead of you? Well, God is ahead of you. God's the ultimate, so you can be like God. This is a video which is very interesting of Stephen Hawking. So let's see what it says.
Well, let's take a quick look at Stephen Hawking. I've talked a lot about how Stephen Hawking was not a real person. He was a character. And people say, how dare you, Big Bear? How dare you? When Dave Chappelle makes fun of it in 5 years, we'll discuss it. But this is an actual translation. Before his robot voice, he had a translator who looks exactly like Larry Bird. Tell me if you think that anything about this is real.
I think, in a way, physics has been a progress away from mysticism towards a rational understanding of the universe.
Stephen, when did you first realize you wanted to be a physicist?
I think I knew from about the age of 9 or 10 that I wanted to be a scientist. Most of my activities, like playing with model fireworks, or model railways, or playing complicated games, was aimed in some way at finding out how the world worked around me. I was never very good with my hands. My models did not work very well.
Okay, guys, we can all see that this is not real at all. It was normalized by Han Solo and Chewbacca. As you can see there, on the left is Han Solo, and on the right is Chewbacca. No one understands the grunting and gurgling, but somehow Han Solo with his he has the same haircut as Han Solo, and he's alleged to be a very handsome Larry Bird guy. There is no way that the gurgling, and this is why the internet changed the entire game with scams, is back in the day, a lot of people were not exposed to people that treat people with ALS or a lot of these ailments. Ukrainian Bear is currently taking care of someone with ALS. We can talk to him right now. Is that possible?
I think of nowadays. Or have translated. I just don't even. They go running away.
The funniest guy by far is this guy, because I think he's watching this whole thing like, just don't point out that this isn't real.
Oh, man. So look, you have to entertain the thought, the very real thought, that all of the things that have been propped up to you as these gods of science and rational thought has just been smoke and mirrors, folks. You're in the devil's kingdom. And the devil's kingdom is made from nothing. It's just smoke and mirrors designed to deceive you into obedience. And of course, they normalized it with Star Wars, and eventually, he got his own little program that could speak for you. And they put the information in there. This is just a stunt. It's just a stunt. It's a publicity stunt to basically, again, put science between you and God. Science is the authority. Look at this guy. He's again, they get these stories of people like Einstein. Oh, he's just a genius. He just came out of nowhere. Or Nassim Haramein, man, look, he's got these wild theories. He's unifying physics. He's totally shaking things up. And then Stephen Hawking, man, he's got this terrible disease. Nobody can understand it, but he's a genius. Look, he's making up all these theories. And it's just like people love this kind of stuff because their ears are itching ears and they gobble up all sorts of fairy tales, which is what the Bible warned you of. Now, let's read about astronaut Freemasons. A couple more to go here. From Buzz Aldrin to John Glenn. This is from Scottish Rite, nmj.org. So it's an official source. From Buzz Aldrin to John Glenn, many notable astronauts and American heroes also belong to the world's oldest fraternity. Gosh, did you know that? John Glenn, 33-degree Freemason. Let's see, Buzz Aldrin, he was a Mason. Colonel Leroy Gordo Cooper, 33-degree Mason. Let's see, Don F. Eisel, also a Mason. Virgil Gus Grissom, he's a Mason. Look at him, all these friendly faces in the U.S. government doing the space program. They're all Freemasons. What did that previous quote tell you that the pursuit of Masonry is? And if you're not doing that pursuit, then you don't understand Masonry. The forbidden fruit that you have to basically use and tap into the knowledge to become like God. James Benson Irwin, astronaut and Freemason. Edgar Dean Mitchell, here they are with their nice little staged space flights. Of course, if you don't know about that, then just look up NASA bloopers. We'll look up plenty of them in the next section. In the future section, actually, the next section will be quantum stuff. This is also now Freemasons in Antarctica. A lot of people bring up, like Admiral Byrd, and Admiral Byrd knows the truth about the flat Earth. And again, folks, you're being deceived. The Earth is not a circle. There's a circle of the Earth, but the Earth is not a circle. Case in point, one of the people that they bring up, Admiral Byrd, he was a Freemason. 1928, Admiral Byrd launched the much-anticipated expedition to Antarctica. He and his crew settled the base camp as they landed on the continent, and from there they flew the first flight ever over the South Pole. They didn't actually fly over the South Pole, but anyway. Boarding the flight, there were Admiral Richard E. Byrd and expedition leader navigator Bernd Belchen, chief pilot, Harold June, co-pilot and radio operator, and Ashley McKinley, the photographer. For the brethren, it is a noteworthy accomplishment that 3 out of the 4 crew aboard this historic flight over the South Pole were Masons. And they do have a Masonic little thing at the Antarctica, the quote-unquote South Pole. It's not the South Pole. It's a place that's, off to the side, but they tell you it's the South Pole. Richard E. Byrd was raised in Federal Lodge number 1, Washington, D.C. in 1921, and he demitted to Kane Lodge number 454 Lodge in New York, 1928. He had flown Kane's Lodge flags from the masthead of the ship during the expedition. Kane Lodge members presented him Kane Lodge Gold Medal upon his return and from his first expedition with the greeting from President Hoover via telegram. The Grand Lodge of New York awarded him the Distinguished Achievement Medal later in 1940. 1947. So all the Freemasons were all about him for his achievement for mankind. And of course, really the Masonic gospel of man conquering the world and becoming like God. Here's all these guys. They're all Freemasons, folks. All these noble heroes and explorers that you've been told have been propped up in the history books. They're just worshiping the devil. Famous Freemason scientists. That's the next one. Freemasonry, top 10 Freemason scientists. Sir Edward Victor Appleton, in the early 1900s, English physicist, received Nobel Prize in 1947 for the discovery and research on the ionosphere, which contributed to the development of the radar. Here he is in Masonic garb, and who knows what rank he is, but you know what they do in the higher ranks. Jacques-Étienne Montgolfier, in the later 1700s, he created the first flying hot air balloon. He was a Mason. Richard Gatling, best known as the constructor of the rapid-fire Gatling gun, basically, that killed a lot of people in World War I and II. Is it World War I? I think they had Gatling guns in World War I. Christian Hahnemann, who was a developer of the modern homeopathy, was a Freemason. Vannevar Bush, regarded as the creator of the idea of the computer network and hypertext. Erasmus Darwin, we know him. He doesn't need an introduction. Edward Jenner, discoverer of the smallpox vaccine. James Watt, construction of the steam machine. Benjamin Franklin, we know him as well. And Sir Alexander Fleming, he discovered penicillin. All of these people were drinking the devil's cup and were motivated by the idea that man can be like God and that science is used to basically control the elements and eventually ascend and transcend the elements. Again, did God use these things for his purposes? Absolutely. He used their inventions and their desires for his purposes. God uses all things for the good and for his glory. That doesn't mean that these people were good people or that they were separated from the occult. You have to understand that the occult has driven modern science, at least not even modern, ancient science, for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and thousands of years. Very few people in history who were famous, let's put it this way, who have contributed in some way, were not related to occultism and did not have occultism driving their actions, which is a very important point. You also have CERN, which everybody knows. You don't need an introduction for that. CERN is a giant ritual circle in Geneva. And of course, I'm not going to do too much on that. You can look into it yourself. There's so much on it on the internet now with Shiva, the destroyer, how they have a statue of Shiva there. In their library, they have a ritual that's been filmed there. They have all these ritualistic dance performances. Why? Why are they doing this if it's just science? If they're just doing physics and just doing atheistic secular science, why do they have so much association to occult and mystic religion stuff of the East? Shiva the destroyer, these weird satanic performances of portals opening and demons coming through them. I mean, just crazy. Why? Why are there blatant occult themes? And of course, the answer is because they are in neck deep into the occult. And their goal is to transcend the world and make the mystery religion of the ages come into the world so that the devil can be worshipped in the physical world by everybody. Now, let's talk about the Club of Rome, and this will be kind of the finishing cherry on the sundae. The Club of Rome, you have to know that the 1960s, there's a lot of things that happened in the 1960s that were pivotal to this final push of using heliocentrism to bring the world together under the beast. The 1960s saw some major satanic activities. You had the Club of Rome publishing some documents we'll talk about in just a second, Vatican II, and you had the climate change agenda beginning. Of course, you also had the moon landing hoax, which is in and of itself something you need to look at. I'm not going to document too much of that in this, but we will look at it quite a bit, as well as some other things with NASA, just so you see the fraud of NASA, because the moon landing stuff, everybody can look into that. That's not hard. There's other things we will look at with NASA that will just expose their fraud and show you that there's never a straight answer from them. But in just a little chronology, in 1962 to 1965, you had Vatican II, where the beast changed its posture from we hate you heretics, we're going to destroy you, to, hey, we need to be reconciled with our lost brothers. So it was very much false light. The charismatic movement really got reined in by the beast with Vatican II, and all these things and false signs and wonders, which I document in my Great Delusion series. 2 years after that, or I should say within that time, in 1964, because Vatican II ended in 1965, you had the Kardashev scale that was published. We'll discuss this in just a second. Remember, I mentioned it earlier when we were talking about some of these occultists, like the Soviet Tsiolkovsky and so on. The Kardashev scale was an integral idea that today still shapes physics, and it's very much ecumenical and NWO type of idea. You'll understand why in just a second. In 1969, the USA fooled the world with the moon landing, obviously. That happened. Then you had also the hippie movement, LSD, the New Age, paganism, earth worship, Jesus revolutions, the charismatic movement, all these false light, false signs and wonders that are setting the stage for the final deception. In 1970, you had the first Earth Day as a result of the moon mission. And in 1972, the Club of Rome publishes a major work that shapes the climate change narrative and begins to shape that into ultimately something that the beast will later rein in, as it always does. It finds these, it either starts these movements or he reins them into itself, because again, the devil gave the beast its power. So it has authority to do that. But in this case with climate change, it started climate change as an atheistic thing, and then it reined it in later, as in now, where the Pope is saying climate change is a moral responsibility. It's a sin against God if you pollute the environment. So now it's become moral. You see how all these things happen over many, many decades. But that started with the Club of Rome. So we're going to look at a couple things. This is Earthrise. This is a photograph that happened supposedly at the moon's surface that was taken on a lunar orbit by astronaut William Anders, who was probably a Freemason, on December 24th, 1968, during the Apollo 8 mission. Nature photographer Galen Rowell described it as the most influential environmental photograph ever taken. So why was the moon mission done, folks? It was done to paint this picture of a lonely blue marble in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of void. So we need to basically unite the world in a new world order to preserve our tiny little home so that we don't lose our home. This is the idea. And of course, the Bible tells you that God has a plan for the earth, and there will be natural disasters and signs and wonders. But when Jesus returns, he's going to remake the earth. There's no such thing as you destroying the earth. God is going to destroy the earth if anybody's going to be destroying it. But this is the idea, along with nuclear weapons, the whole nuclear Holocaust fear and the apocalypse that was happening after the World War II and the Cold War and all this drama to basically make you believe. Again, who's doing these things? The false prophet, the United States, with the nuclear weapons, with the moon missions, to make you believe that we could possibly destroy our planet. That was the context. And you will see with the Club of Rome, when they published their document as the reasonable voice in the chaos, that this is exactly what they were trying to do. Now that they had the context that, hey, we went to the moon. Look, here's the earth. Look at this picture, Earthrise. Oh, the beautiful blue marble, which of course has been exposed as a photographic fraud. But we can expose it actually very simply without even putting it into Photoshop or doing anything like that. Here is a picture. If you just simple logic, folks, look at this picture. Here's you supposedly on the moon looking at the earth, right? Now, what they can't do, they can't falsify this because the distance between the earth and the moon in the heliocentric model is fixed. It doesn't change. The earth and the moon are a fixed distance from each other, okay? Meaning that if I'm on the earth looking at the moon, it should look much, much smaller than this if this is how big the earth looks from the moon. Does that make sense? The distance is fixed, okay? But the earth is much bigger than the moon. It's huge compared to the moon in the heliocentric model. So if you type in a full moon, and of course this search engine doesn't save it, full moon picture. Just type in a full moon picture and go to images. And I mean, you don't even need it. You know what the moon looks like, right? When you look at the moon, these are all like CGI, but anyway, it doesn't make a difference. You know what I'm talking about. The moon, assuming let's say there's no atmospheric effects and no, huge like refraction where the moon becomes really huge. But in general, when you look up at the sky and it's dry, like for example in Phoenix, it's super dry, so the moon is relatively small in the sky. When I'm looking at the moon and it's the size of, I don't know, let's say a quarter in your visual field. If you put a quarter up in the sky, it's about that size. And you go back to Earthrise and you're seeing the same size of the Earth. Something doesn't add up, folks. Do you see the problem? The Earth and the Moon are fixed distances, but the Earth is way bigger than the Moon. You cannot have the same angular size of the object. If I'm on the Moon looking at the Earth, the angular size of the Earth should be huge in my visual field, not the same size as the Moon is when I'm on the Earth looking at the Moon. Does that make sense? It should. So angular size is the size that something occupies in your visual field. Okay? And angular size, again, in episode 4 of this series, we debunked their calculations by using their own numbers to show you that you shouldn't be able to see these planets based on the size they tell you and the distances. Here's another problem with this Earthrise. They didn't think far enough ahead. They thought, okay, well, let's just do this really quick and get people to believe this thing, because they were hungry to fool people. But they didn't realize that people would eventually debunk it with Photoshop and also with just plain logic. When you look, if I'm on the Moon, and the Moon is so much smaller than the Earth, if I'm looking at the Earth would be huge in my visual field. It would not be the same size as the Moon. That doesn't make any sense. And yet people say it's the most influential photograph, of course, because people bought it like hotcakes. And that's exactly what happened. The false prophet works his false signs and wonders, deceive people. They go, ooh, ah, wow, space. The Earth, the lone blue marble, which also I think was written around that time. What is it? Something blue marble that was written. I think it was Carl Sagan that wrote it, but anyway, it was around that time. But now you have the limits to growth. Actually, before we read that, let's read let's read limits to growth and we'll go to Kardashev scale. I guess it doesn't really matter. The Limits to Growth is a 1972 report that discussed the possibility of exponential economic and population growth with finite supply of resources, studied by computer simulation. You know how accurate those computer simulations have been, like with COVID and with everything else. The study used the World 3 computer model to simulate the consequence of interactions between the Earth and human systems. The model was based on the work of Jay Forrester at MIT, as described by his book World Dynamics. Commissioned by the Club of Rome, the study saw its findings first presented at international gatherings in Moscow and Rio de Janeiro in the summer of 1971. The report's authors are Dennis Meadows, Jorgen Randers, and William Bechrens III, representing a team of 17 researchers. The report's findings suggest that in absence of significant alterations in resource utilization, it is highly likely that there will be an abrupt and unmanageable decrease in both population and industrial capacity. Although it faced severe criticism and scrutiny upon its release, the report influenced environmental reforms for decades. Subsequent analysis notes that global use of the natural resources has been inadequately reformed to alter its expected outcome. Yet price predictions based on resource scarcity failed to materialize in the years since the publication. Yeah, because the models are nonsense, just like with COVID. Nonsense simulations to frighten you into a solution, which is a New World Order. Since its publication, some 30 million copies of the book in 30 languages have been purchased. It continues to generate debate and has been the subject of several subsequent publications. Beyond the Limits and the Limits to Growth, the 30-year update, were published in 1992 and 2004, respectively. So the beast hasn't given up. It keeps pushing, get people to debate and argue and move the agenda along. In 2012, a 40-year forecast from Jorgen Randers, one of the book's original authors, was published as 2052, a global forecast for the next 40 years. And in 2022, two of the original Limits to Growth authors, Dennis Meadows and Jorgen Randers, joined 19 other contributors to produce Limits and Beyond. So what is this report? The report is basically this. If we look at this graph, yeah, you can see it. Fancy things, basically saying, here's the resources of the Earth, and they're diminishing, and we're using them up. And so on and so forth. And then here's the population of the Earth, and it's increasing. And here's food per capita of the Earth and industrial output. And there's this intersection point that we need to watch out. They're always having to frighten you with something, whether it's an asteroid or whatever else, into adopting worldwide globalization measures. So this was the first basically attempt right on the heels of National Earth Day, the Kardashev scale, which we'll look at in just a second, the flight to the moon, and so on, the Earthrise picture, all of this propaganda. And now the Club of Rome publishes this worry. We're worried about the future. We need to implement world systems to basically prevent overpopulation and usage of resources, i.e., we need to have a new world order. This is what it's about, folks. This is the culmination of the heliocentric conspiracy. It is the world marveling after the beast. The heliocentric conspiracy, the entire heliocentric mystery religion trace that we've looked at for the last 2,500 years is designed for this. It is designed for people to believe that getting into a new world order, i.e. the image of the beast, a representative government, like the beast enjoyed, where it was in control of all the federations of Europe through a papal power, it is designed to fool people into believing that entering into such a government is a good idea. Again, that we need a moral authority over all of the governments of the earth. Because, why? Because we're running out of food, we're overpopulating, the asteroids might get us, climate change is going to get us. All of this is now ready to be weaponized by the false prophet. And it began in the 60s with all the things that I just mentioned, which is this bogus report, which again, none of these things materialized. People have been crying about overpopulation and climate change for the last 50 years. Nothing's happened. The earth was made to be inhabited, is what the book of Isaiah, or was it Jeremiah? I forget. One of those two. The earth was made to be inhabited, meaning God has a purpose for the earth. This idea, not only is it based on false cosmology, but it's also based on synergism, which is the mystery version of the gospel. The gospel says God is doing the work. He's done the work for you. You believe, and if you believe, it's a work of God that you believe. The counterfeit gospel, the way that you save yourself is you're the one that needs to do something. It's all on you, and we need to do this, otherwise it's not going to happen. That's the occult, esoteric understanding. And that manifests in the climate change gospel. It manifests in the NAR, in the charismatic movement, in the religious movement, in the environmentalist stuff, in the New Age movement. All of these things are linked together by synergism. Do you see now the heliocentric conspiracy, how it falls so nicely into the devil's schemes? And if you believe the truth about the gospel, which is predestination and everything is made for God's glory, God is sovereign. If you believe the truth about cosmology, you know the truth. You don't have to know exactly how it works, but you know it's not a ball spinning in space. Then all of these things just hit you like this, like a bulletproof shield. And they just fall to the wayside. They evaporate because they're nonsense. But most people are synergistic in their thinking. That's why they're so easily seduced by the fear tactic of, hey, look, something's going to happen, so you need to do something. What do we need to do? What do we need to do? Well, we need to globalize. We need to make sustainability and all this kind of stuff. We need to do it. We need to save ourselves. Otherwise, nothing's going to happen. Where the Bible tells you that everything's predetermined, things are going to get worse. The beast is going to be worshipped, and then Jesus is going to return and destroy everything evil. So there's that. So you have to believe the Bible, or otherwise you end up by default believing the devil. Whether you are an occultist, neck deep in the devil's soup, or you are just a synergistic Christian believing in climate change and you genuinely love the Lord, but you're very deceived by synergism and cosmology, you are obeying the devil. And that's the problem, folks. This is how the devil wins. Of course, he didn't win in the long run, but he's been allowed to win temporarily, so to speak, in the sense that he's going to be worshipped. And this is how he's winning over people and convincing them with false signs and wonders, through synergism, through false cosmology, and through all of these basic delusions. Now, one more really quick, the Kardashev scale. This is kind of a little bit back in time, right before the Club of Rome published that report, but this also ties into it. The Kardashev scale is a method of measuring a civilization's level of technological advancement based on the amount of energy it is able of harnessing and using. The measure was proposed by Soviet astronomer Nikolai Kardashev in 1964 and was named after him. Now, do you remember really quick that the Soviets were very much into the occult and were very much influenced by Tsiolkovsky and all his peers who were totally motivated by occult and just Gnostic ideas? So there's that. Let's see what Nikolai Kardashev has to say about this particular view. So you have three civilizations. The idea is that there's three levels of civilization. Notice how clever all of this is. And just the timing of it is just so peculiar to me. It's not peculiar because I know I can see how they're all related, but it's just so obvious Type 1 civilization, it says, is able to access all the energy available on its planet and store it for consumption. Hypothetically, it should also be able to control natural events such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and so on. So complete and total control over the world is a Type 1 civilization. Type 2 civilization can directly consume a star's energy, most likely through the use of something called a Dyson sphere, if you know what that is. It's like a contraption that can hypothetically go around a star. But again, this is all conjecture. None of this stuff is real. It's just sci-fi. Type 3 civilization is able to capture all the energy emitted by its galaxy and every object within it, such as every star, black hole, etc. I think there's a picture here somewhere you can see. Here you are. Here's Type 1, Type 2, and Type 3. Now, what is this? Seems like, oh, that's really cool. That's interesting. But what is this really about, folks? In the context of everything I've just spoken to you, what is this about? Do you see what this is about? Just like the monkey evolving to a human evolving to a god, this is the same thing. This is globalism, meaning New World Order, in order so we can master the galaxy, excuse me, or the solar system, and then master the galaxy and be like gods. These two options are fake news. This is impossible. This is based on a false model. It's based on a cult theory. It's nonsense. There's no such thing as building a Dyson sphere around a giant ball of gas, because there's no such thing as a giant ball of gas in plasma. This is distraction. But this is showing you the carrot of being like gods, and energy consumption is so advanced technologically. Oh man, there's probably other species and races out there that are so advanced that they're Type 2 or Type 3 civilizations. We got to be like them. And of course, in order to be like them, you have to have a Type 1 civilization. What does Type 1 mean? Type 1 means New World Order. We need to master our environment. We need to, make sure we minimize climate change, overpopulation, all these things in order to reach Type 2 and Type 3. That's what this is about. And of course, Kardashev was, a Gnostic Jew from the Soviet Union. And we know that the Soviet Union was very influenced by these ideas. So they're all peas in the pod, folks. And all of that came right in line with the false prophet, the moon landing, the first Earth Day, the Kardashev scale, and then eventually the Club of Rome in 1972. Boom. Now that all the stage has been set, the Club of Rome speaks its wisdom and says, we need to do this and that and this and that. And ever since, of course, the Club of Rome's report has been contested, but the damage has been done. 30 million copies in 30 languages. And people like Bill Gates are still peddling Club of Rome ideology with his, little formula, his TED Talk with minimizing, climate change and population and all this kind of stuff. It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. Of course, everybody has their own derivatives of it, but these people are New World Order, elitist, eugenicists, crazy people that want to have the beast worship because the beast is driving them. And of course, they're all operating according to the devil's schemes. So, conclusion. Remember that the beast reigned in the charismatic movement in Vatican II. If you don't know how that works, watch my Great Delusion series. Vatican II was a major position change for the beast, for the final leg of the journey, for false signs and wonders, charismatic revivals, ecumenical work, all these things. Today, I recently covered in my Dark to Light playlist how climate change has become a moral thing and a way to bring the Protestants back to the mother church. With all of these little youth mushroom organizations popping up left and right of youth Christian, general denomination Christian climate change activists, whether they're liberal or conservative, doesn't matter. So it's become a moral issue now after 50, 60 years of being secular. And now it's moral and now everything's, for God and we got to do it God. And it's coalescing with everything else, folks. It's truly mind-blowing. It is truly mind-blowing. It truly is covering this stuff and putting it all together and just seeing all the pieces come together. It's like, wow, again, I told you, like John, you will marvel. Hopefully you're marveling at just how crazy all this is. And of course, also it proves that Revelation is true. But nevertheless, Vatican II was a major position change for this final leg of the journey. And that involved a lot of different things. Remember that the Soviets were neck deep in the occult, the Nazis, many of the top Jews in the Soviet, like Bolshevism, were Freemasons. A lot of the astronauts were Freemasons. A lot of the, people in astronomy were Jesuits. Every person has been compromised, folks. Every person has been compromised to some degree or another, or they're just deceived. like what's it, that hot air balloon guy that went up really far. He wasn't. I don't think he was a secret society man. I think he was a genuine, just nerdy scientist. But he was also very deceived. He was very deceived by heliocentrism, even though he saw proof for himself. And it's like, how can you be such a scientist and see that even at 50,000 feet, you see an endless plane that's straight, and whatever. But people were either compromised or they're just deceived by the deceptions being going on. Combination of all these things I just described, plus many more. Again, the faith healing movements, the charismatic movements, the Jesus revolutions, the messianic movement, all of these false signs and wonders that blossomed out of the false prophet in the 1900s. It brought us to now we're in the 2000s. This is, I believe, the final leg of history. I don't see this happening for another 10, 15 years, 10 years max. This is it. We are at the end of history, folks. So you can expect some very crazy false signs and wonders going into the next 5 years, 10 years. Maybe they're going to do an alien invasion. Maybe there's going to be holographs and people are going to believe, all sorts of stupid things. But either way, you need to be prepared. You need to be prepared for all of the things that they're doing. Even with now at the time of this video, all the storms that have happened, the hurricanes like Milton and Helene, of course, they've been modified. We know that. And I'm going to cover that in my upcoming news thing right before the election. But at the end of the day, we know that. We know that they've been playing with the weather, trying to play God as a pretext for climate change and the narrative. And of course, climate change justifies having world cooperation. And of course, you need a moral authority that tells you what's good for God and the environment. And that moral authority is the beast. This is what's happening. All of this stuff has been to finally actualize the mystery religion under one man, under the power of the Catholic Church. And of course, that's the papacy. The climate change agenda is designed to bring the world into one government under the beast, just like the Bible tells you. Originally, climate change was very liberal and atheistic and secular, but it's become a moral issue, like I've said many times. And this is what Rome does. It creates movements so that it can then integrate them back into herself and she can seem like the hero. Or it reins in movements that are satanic, like the Kundalini spirit, and claims them for herself because, again, the devil gave Rome, the beast, its power and great authority. The Kundalini spirit is ancient. It's thousands of years old, but now it's manifesting through the charismatic movement, through Catholic charismatic, through NAR, through Protestant charismatic. All these things are counterfeit Holy Spirit. And of course, the people who are chief over that are the Jesuits, and I've talked about that quite a bit. So put it all together. Quite a bit to talk about. I told you there was a lot to talk about. A consistent theme throughout history is that every major figure in heliocentric thought has been an occultist, a mystic, or somewhere in between. A secret society member, Jesuit, something to do with the beast or the devil in some way. Heliocentrism cannot be divorced from the occult and the mystery religion. Heliocentrism is not science. It's a spiritual belief system. Also, what you see consistently throughout all of this history is that bad science is done and then it's justified with lies and propaganda. Eratosthenes, Cavendish, Einstein, Hermine, Stephen Hawking, all of this is just propaganda to prop up something that isn't there. It's smoke and mirrors. Meanwhile, the science that is done that's good, Morley, Sagnac, Airy, Tesla, all these people that had legitimate science and they were doing fantastic things, are subsumed and buried or misinterpreted or threatened or whatever else. No different today. Many things have happened since the 1900s, and the delusion has been solidified thanks to the false prophet, which is the United States, through things like the moon landing, NASA, Hollywood, the media, social media now, especially in the last 20 years. All these things are getting worse and worse. Today, these things, these lies, these attitudes, they're so ubiquitous in our culture that you have to be called crazy if you refuse them. If I stand up for biblical cosmology, even Christians are calling me crazy. Why are you talking about cosmology? It's just so divisive. What do you mean it's so divisive? It's the truth. If you believe that the Bible is in error when it says that the sun was created after the earth, which is completely contradictory to what the Big Bang tells you, then the Bible cannot be trusted anywhere. Do you see the problem? You have to stand. If God took it upon himself to reveal to you cosmology, and that cosmology is linked to his authority and his veracity, meaning truthfulness, then we have to stand for that cosmology. I don't know what the system looks like as a whole, but I can tell you it's not the heliocentric system, because the heliocentric system is not only unscientific, but it's occult in nature. It presupposes occult things that have to do with God not being there and man being elevated to the position of God. So we have to reject it. And if you as a Christian think that I'm stupid for standing for the truth, then you need to check your heart and you need to check your own love of the world. Because if you're afraid of other people calling you stupid for embracing something that's biblical, then that's something to check in prayer. It really is, if you consider yourself a true Christian. Today, these things have, I already said that part. This is why also history is so valuable. History is so valuable, folks. People do not know their history. They're not willing to stay and to study and to see how pieces come together. Today, we have looked at over 2,500 years of history, and we still have some things to look at that are very important, and into the modern age with current events. But you will see 2,500 plus years of history of how the devil has moved through history. Move the baton. Oh, this one's dying. Go over here. Trick this one. Do that one. Move this society over there. Do that over here. Constantly moving the baton throughout the ages to ultimately wrap it all up into one delusion. It's truly profound. It really is truly profound what an enemy we are up against. But of course, even more profound is that that enemy has already been conquered by Jesus Christ, which is beyond anything we could ever imagine profound. The truth does not fear investigation, but lies always fear investigation, because lies have an expiration date. When the devil creates a lie, it has an expiration date, just like the moon landing. They know that the moon landing is now, because of the internet and, the information is getting out. People are starting to get skeptical. So they have version 2.0 with Musk. And now we're going to Mars. Now Mars is the new thing. Of course, that whole thing is just fake, and we'll look at that as well. But it's just, again, everything has an expiration date. The truth is eternal. The truth doesn't have an expiration date. The truth is true 3,000 years ago as it is, 1,500 years ago as it is today. And it will always be true. The truth is always true. A lie has to be repackaged constantly, because a lie is exposed in the light. And then eventually it becomes, oh my gosh, this isn't true. Oh wait, no, what about this thing? This is kind of like that, but it's a little different. This is the story. The new thing that's coming is really the old thing. It's just a repackaged lie that's been repackaged, countless times over the last however many thousands of years. So now that we have covered most of history, about, like I said, 2,500 plus years, we now have a few more sections to look in relation to modern times that I've put together. They are relativity, debunking that and seeing the gaslighting that it is, refuting quantum mechanics, looking at NASA, and looking at modern headlines. So onward to part 5, the gaslighting of relativity.